the Vesica Pisces worship, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you see, you got that right there. And then what's just above it? You know, that's in relation to the physical.
What's above?
The little diamond above the Vesica Pisces.
Oh, in the middle or on the top?
The top, I would say.
Okay,
I just imagine it replicating the feminine parts down there.
Wait, what are you telling me here? So we're
like
talking about like
Vesica Pisces, right? Is the worship of like the what's it called? What did you say?
said vagina.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So
the CERN portal to another realm where life is on the other side.
Yeah, and I see in the design here of the door, it's like they have that shape, but then they added just the one more touch of like the female, like they have their other parts of their vagina.
Oh, like the clit?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know. Is that it's just what came out when I saw it, and that's why I took a picture originally.
Get your head out of the gutter, man. It's just window art. I'm just kidding. No, I see. I feel you though. Who knows what the artist had intended when he made that design? But he definitely knew what he was doing. It's a cool window, no doubt.
There's a lot of that kind of stuff, secret, esoteric, and like knowledge of just things. I don't really know how you classify it, but I see a lot of it in architecture, structure, design, and stuff like that. And there's like a lot of pineal gland type stuff that's built into things.
For sure, man. It's one big inside joke that they put out there in the open, you know, and it's just up to you to be aware of what game is being played. It's like an inside joke. It's like when Spanish people. I'm sorry. It's like when Hispanic people speak Spanish, like it while you're in the same room, you know, or more so. It's more like when people are like sitting side by side in chairs, like three people are sitting in a row of chairs next to each other, and the two people on the sides like lean back, like lean their heads back and turn and look at each other behind your head, and like kind of quietly like tell some sort of joke to each other behind your head, right? And it's like, well, it's up to you to turn around and look, you know, and like understand the game that's being played, like right next to you, like around you. You're surrounded. You're in the middle of a joke, and you don't know what's happening because you're not taking the time to keep your head on a swivel and like look around.
Yeah, and
hey, Brad.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I tried to look for your image by looking at your name or searching for your name, but it didn't come up. Can you post it again or something?
I can post it for him if you want, Brad.
The image? What image?
The window probably he's talking about.
The door?
We're on our server right now in our in a little file.
You can post it if you want the doors. If you have it right there.
Yeah, I got it. There you go.
And what'd you call that? Something Pisces? What?
Oh, Vesica Pisces?
Vesica Pisces. Okay.
And that's just like the vaginal opening type shape.
Yeah. I mean, I got that.
Okay.
Let me post
I just was curious as to whether or not, you know what I mean? Like some 6-year-old's going to look at this and be just like, whatever, you know, not going to see this stuff. But
there you go. That's more of the like real version of the Vesica Pisces and some of the aspects of it highlighted.
Kind of looks like the square and the compass too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a deep symbol, and I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it follows one rule, and this is one application of following that rule. But this one rule can be perfectly followed infinitum in order to create like an infinite grid that people cut off a portion of and call the flower of life. Doing all right, Copernicus? Okay.
Yo,
He's
so
got
Yeah, why?
Fundy. So Fundy, you started saying about them, the joke about behind your back, right? And it's just up to you to look behind you.
Uh-huh.
And then they keep people from like wanting to make that look or being able to make that look, turn around and see what the joke is, because they keep everybody filled with like the drama, the food,
Exactly.
and the caffeines and the drugs and the TV, all that, all that stuff. The stuff they control, right?
Yeah. The distractions. Yeah. I was only saying that to you, Copernicus, because you were hot micing with a bunch of like little tiny whispery sounds.
Yeah, I'm driving
crickets in the
a
truck.
truck. So it's my cab's all squeaky.
right, you know I had to leave science versus pseudoscience Monday. You want to try and guess why I left?
I've no clue.
One of the Globers were claiming that they're intimately familiar with the entire space industry, and after that claim, I just had to tap out because there's no way we're talking. There's no way we're
Get over
talking
it.
to Jeff
Get
Bezos.
over it, bro. You're gonna let one person make you leave? That was the final straw on the camel's back for you. I mean, come on, man.
It definitely was. It was like, I can't be in this room any longer. Like, this is degraded to such a level.
You're gonna hear worse shit in here, man. It's bound to happen. You can't just leave. when
Yeah, I
someone
just
says,
can't. I really can't like entertain when like they don't allow you to debate them. Then they go on to lecture about something, and there's no critique you can give them, basically. And then when you ask critiques, they say that it's like questions. Like, it's just, it really is like, I don't know, dude. It's like wasting your time almost. It's at a certain point. Once something is said like that, like, there's no point. You know what I mean? This person's a liar. You can't communicate with them. All they're gonna do is lie to you.
like, take a mental note who that person is. Know that they're a waste of your time, right? But hop in the room whenever you feel like you're up for some discording. Get a feel for the room, and then just make that discernment right there. Like, is right now today a good use of my time, or should I come back in a couple hours, just check in then? Because that's what I do. If the room's full of a bunch of people that I know are going to waste everyone's time, I just go somewhere else or do something else.
That's a good point.
Come back.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, well,
sorry.
Yeah, I mean that's the struggle I have in this year. I mean, I don't think there's one globe flake that is worth having a conversation with. They are all here to waste our time.
And that's why I made the think tank. Just because like at least there's a place where if serious conversation is desired between people who are all happen to bump into each other somewhere else, and then it's getting hijacked by people wasting our time, we just take it over there where they're not going to be around.
Is that like a SYNC think tank?
Oh yeah, we do spell it that way. Yes. Although Bread was actually the one who invented that name, so you can ask him about any of the other reasons he likes it.
Well, I think a lot of people get frustrated with, let's just say, the rigidity of certain individuals when it comes to, especially like the shape of the Earth discussion and other related things, physics and so on. And it's understandable, but I mean, I think there's still conversation to be had with it. I mean, obviously the world at large still thinks the Earth is a globe and everything. So I mean, there's a lot of people that would want to hear both sides. Like let's just say there was 10,000 people listening or whatever. Like they probably will want to hear both sides and hear the discussion. So there's that part of it. But then there's also the idea of like having a separate live stream. Like I think I've mentioned that to you, Travis. Like having a second live stream that would not have the that kind of thing. The globe earthers just constantly running people in circles and vice versa. Like not having that kind of tension, but more of like a kind of like we're having now, where we're actually just letting each other speak and having like more of a building conversation, sharing ideas. Without the globe debate, I suppose. But in order to do that, you also have to have enough people to fill two rooms, to have two rooms always running like that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I feel like this is kind of like the town square. You know what I mean, Gio? Like, I guess kind of on pseudo versus pseudoscience, but that's really only after they have their show, like immediately after, And usually people go over here. So, I don't know. I kind of like the vibe of this room. This is the room where I know, like, when I come here, it's going to be like the same. It's going to be very similar. You know what I mean? Or sometimes when I go on some other servers, it's like, what the fuck is going on in here?
I also compare servers like Geos and pseudoscience versus science, town squares, and I really appreciate them for doing what they do and being like welcome to all. That allows me to have my own server where I can go out to the town square, where I'm gonna get introduced to a whole variety of people that I can meet, and it's gonna come. The good is gonna come with the bad, of course, but then of course I'm free to have my own place and say, hey, it was great meeting you at the town square. I throw a party at my house every Friday, and you're invited. The whole town square isn't invited, but I'm happy I met you. If you want to come chill over here sometimes, you're welcome. But, that saves me the pressure of making my house have an open door, open to everyone, just in order to meet new people. I don't want to do it that way. I don't have that much time to, play my own security guard. I want to give people the key to my house and say, you can come over anytime you want, doors open, but only give that key to the people who I trust, But that doesn't mean I don't want to go out to the bar sometimes, throw myself out there in the world, That's the only way you're going to meet new people or kind of escape your echo chamber.
I actually have another video that I'm going to probably post in the Sync Tank later. To do with Super Bowl, Vesica Pisces, fertility, shit like that. I think you'll find it interesting.
If you find it interesting, I'll probably find it interesting. But hey, since the floor seems open, but please anyone interrupt. This is just chit chat. I was gonna say, Noah, you gave like big kudo props to Don for like speaking the game. You remember that earlier?
Sometimes what he says, like, especially with that,
I thought he crossed the line big time.
Multiple father situation and the law. I didn't know that, bro. I didn't know that it's like I didn't know that it was thought of that way as like streams of income. Like, I don't know if people are out here doing that, but it's good to know. You know what I mean? To shine a light.
Yeah, man. People expressing their evil side are gonna take advantage of others every opportunity they can. There's ways women work the system. There's ways men work the system that we have all been born into. I think Don overgeneralizes, kind of puts something on all women that is totally undeserved, because, you know, I got a good one. They're out there, man. And I was going to tell you earlier, it's like, no, I think you've heard a lot of like train wreck stories of relationships, and maybe you need to hear a bit more success stories to kind of balance out the vibes, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. It's like,
there's
you look at
tons
the
of relationships that
scams
are
and
just
shit.
beautiful, wonderful things.
It's like, if you look at scams and shit all the time, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what it's like. You know what I mean? I just like, you learn new ways. Other people try to fuck you over, and it's just like, what in the like? How, like, the creativity, bro? The creativity is ridiculous.
Here's the thing, man. Every human is capable of horrendous acts, so you got to be cautious of men and women around you, and you got to try to have good taste in everything in life, including people. And it's sad, but, you know, you got to approach almost everything in life with like a 10-foot stick and like poke it with that long stick so you can kind of see how it reacts, but give yourself enough space between you and it to run away if it shows its fangs, you know. But that's men and women, and I don't know, man. I just feel like Don is a bit one-sided about where the blame is to be placed, and only cares to highlight the evils of one half of the story. I mean, they're real. You know, what he says is true. There are girls out there who say, the more baby daddies I can get to divorce me, the more money I'll rake in through child support from more than one source or whatever. There's people out there doing that, sure. But there's plenty of women out there that you might get into a loving relationship with you that the idea of fucking you over never crosses their entire mind. They're simply in the relationship for a wholesome, loving, child-bearing, lifelong, you know, wonderful, wholesome relationship. And maybe there's fewer out there than the evil ones, like that, than the evil ones. I don't know. It's up to you to navigate these waters. And I wish the best for everyone. In that sense, relationships can be a difficult part of a person's life, for sure. But you can find one and be a part of one that goes close to perfect. Like, it's not an impossibility, and I can speak from experience.
No, yeah, I definitely get you, because like the other day when Don was saying that like Shines was a bad wife and mother and shit, it's like, how the fuck do you get off to say that you fucking know that? You know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous. But
Sure.
But then it's also like the same thing, like he's saying like all this bad shit, but then it's like, don't you have a wife and kids? Like, what's going, like, what? I don't get it, bro.
Let's keep it away from his personal stuff, you know?
It is very one-sided, I guess. But at the same time, it's also like,
it's true.
I don't know, he drops like a bomb and it's like, oh shit, yeah, he's right. You know what I mean? I'm not, even though it's only highlighting one side, I'm definitely not going to say it's a lie. You know what I mean? Like,
right, yeah, it's true. Evil women exist, if you want to put it that way. Evil men exist, and both of them have different techniques that are applied on the regular, you know, ways that they can take advantage of the system, because, you know, there are laws for women and there are laws for men. It's as silly as that sounds. There is a difference, you know, which is kind of funny, but it's a part of life. And, you know, as far as changing the system, that's a whole nother conversation, right? We're all very unhappy with the beast system we're a part of.
Dude, that's what I was saying, dude. Like, they're all fucking focused. Oh, Adam was the one, he didn't protect her. Oh, Eve was the one who fucking took the bite and convinced them. And it's like, is it not the serpent that's really the one at fault here? Like, let's be honest. Like, if we're gonna be honest and look at the bigger picture, why the fuck is there a serpent? Like, you know what I mean with that whole debate? Like, it's like, so you're gonna say the single mothers are the evil ones, and then the other side's gonna say like the patriarchy's the stuff. But it's like, okay, no, let's all be fucking frank here. It's this fucking Babylon system over here. It's not fucking. That's the fucker at fault. Why can't anyone point that out?
That's not it, Noah. That's not all of it, Noah. Because I don't know if this was the message in Lord of the Flies. I have a hard time remembering, but there's some expression that's like, if the devil didn't exist, humans would create one, and it's like humans could be placed like say like a president was elected today, Joe Biden gets whatever impeached or whatever, and through some way like he's replaced with like literally just like a good straight up dude, right? Corrects the B system, puts all humans on the entire Earth or
I
under his
disagree.
domain. One sec. I haven't really made my point yet. I'm saying that some dude could come and correct the B system, turn it into a real system, but that wouldn't prevent people from like from let's just focus on Don's sort of thing. We could be in a perfect system with laws that are perfectly balanced to support everyone equally. That won't stop people from unleashing the evil within themselves. So the Bible makes the serpent some sort of deceptive manifestation of evil outside of the two, like very great beings. But those are fictional people, right? Those Adam and Eve don't exist. You're not Adam or Eve or whatever. You have the serpent within yourself. The serpent is part of you. The evil is already yours inside to unleash according to your own will. And so people don't need to be tricked into being evil. People just have to decide to be evil. And people,
okay, wait, hold on.
Okay.
I disagree though. I would say that the serpent or the devil or Satan is not us. It's sent by God to test us, is what I would say. I would say that temptation is the serpent sent by God to then test you in that moment. Say you fucking stub your toe. You want to go, fuck! You know what I mean? Like, that whole situation was sent to test you. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily that you breaking your toe or whatever would be an expression of yourself because you couldn't control that. Or you getting in a car accident. It's there to tempt you to make a bad decision, but there's no way you could have controlled that circumstance. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way it's because of you inside of you. There's a choice, but like the temptation is offered to you. You know what I mean? It's like you choose to either give in or give out, but the actual question itself is proposed by another party.
I think we're both right. Because I definitely accept what you're saying. The external influences that are going to tempt you or whatever, that you didn't choose for this thing to come and approach you. It saw you and it came after you. Sure. But the other half of it that I think is equally as valid is that I consider humans, I consider any human to have unlimited evil and goodness within themselves to and it's their choice what to unleash at any moment. Like you have unfathomable evil within you, and it's up to you to decide whether which genie you're going to let out of the bottle. Like
I wouldn't necessarily agree. I would say we have a choice to do limited evil during certain events, but there's at no point where you can just, I choose to burn the whole world. So like my telekinesis comes out of my body and burns everything up, and I laugh maniacally and evilly like I'm Thanos. Like that shit never happens. It's much more mundane. You get choices. Each choice in your life, you can't control the choice that's given to you. You can just either accept or deny it, is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Like there's no way you control all this shit. It's the choices are given to you. You know what I mean? You don't make.
No, it's not. It's
like you're an executive.
It's the options.
You don't control.
The options
you don't control
are given
the
to
employee
you.
down to the level. You just sit there on the board, and like the board members give you the paper, and you either sign it or don't sign it. You know what I mean? You don't control, and there's no unlimited. It's all limited to your experience.
I would say that you're presented with options, and the options are to be good or be evil, and then you choose to be good or evil. You're being forced to make a choice, though. You're given options, and you're forced to choose between either one of them because there's no pause button on reality.
Yeah.
Right? you're given options, and the options are be good or be bad, and it's up to you which one to choose. But instead of thinking them as paths in a fork in the road, I consider them like there was actually something really perfect. It's called that I saw recently. It's called an assassin's teapot. You ever heard of an assassin's teapot?
Oh yeah.
I'm listening. I'm quite intrigued by the name. But no, I've never
Yeah,
heard.
it's amazing. So an assassin's teapot is just a regular old teapot, except for it has there's actually a membrane splitting the teapot down the middle. So it's pretty much like it's pretty much two teapots that are wrapped together to look like one teapot, right? There's a left chamber and a right chamber, and where you place your thumb, because each of the chambers has like not an exhaust tube, but like an air intake porthole, and so
Right.
if you put your thumb over the hole on the left, only the right side of the teapot will pour. If you put your hand on the right side's hole to that side of the vessel, then only the left side of the liquid inside will pour. So you can pour two different liquids out of the same teapot. And why it's an assassin's teapot is obviously because, like, you can say, hey, I made us some tea. Here, I'll pour yours, I'll pour mine, and then you take a sip of yours to show him it's like safe to drink, right? But secretly, you poured each
Bro,
you and him two different drinks.
Can I say something real quick? That's
Go for it, man.
that's my exact analogy. And it would be God is the guy who made the teapot and put the poison and the tea in it. And then basically you sitting there, you make the decision, and then the guy sitting across the table from you, drinking the tea and trying to convince you to drink the tea, that's the devil.
World.
The devil is the guy trying to convince you to fail the test that God fucking laid out for you. He laid out the test for you, and you can either fail it or achieve it. But the devil's the guy specifically there to try, like, God says, okay, here's the tea, don't drink it, it's poison. And then here comes the devil, and he's like pouring out the tea, drinking it, like, yeah, bro, come, this fucking tea is great. Get over here. And that's the fucking thing, is the devil's the guy trying to convince you to fail, basically.
I totally see where you're coming from, but the place where I was coming from was that you are a teapot with a poisonous drink on the left side. You are an assassin's teapot with poisonous fluid on the left and healthy fluid on the right. And you're a teapot that pours itself and can unleash whichever side of it you choose at any moment. And someone says, hey, I'd like a drink. And it's your choice whether to poison them or to heal them. It's like you can hurt people or you can help people. That's always just what you're going to let flow out of yourself through your choice, and like how you make an imprint and an impact on the world. But I see the other scenario you've laid it out, personified things in a different way, and I absolutely get that too. I absolutely feel you that way.
Bro, because you got to think, you don't really get a choice. All these events happen to you. The context is not chosen, basically. You know what I'm saying? Like, the event happens to you, and most of the things you do in your life aren't even choices. You don't choose to get up in the morning, you just do it. A lot of things are just habits. You get a limited number of choices, you know what I'm saying? And the greater context is not in your control. You have a very limited control. But in that limit of control is the actual test itself. And that's the whole purpose, is to just try to pass, or like, you'll never be able to pass all the tests, but just, you know what I'm saying? Fuck.
I completely understand what you're saying. But it does come back down to the highest level of understanding when talking about things on a universal scale. It always can only be addressed completely by speaking paradoxically. You're never wrong to focus on one side or the other and describe it accurately. Like, yeah, you're totally right. But there is a higher truth, and when talking about the universe and stuff like that, and it can only be fully expressed completely through speaking in paradox, which is the whole.
I kind of disagree, I don't actually think there's any internal paradox. It's just it's kind of like that analogy with the elephant in the dark room. You might be describing the trunk. I might be describing the legs. You know what I
I
mean?
don't think so. I don't think so. Let me ask you a question, just to give you an example of what I'm talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
The universe. So, all, right? That's how I'm using the universe, as in the word all, right?
The physical thing that I'm living inside of. You mean?
No, not the physical thing. The universe, as in all.
Right. So does that include spiritual things? Does that include non-corporeal things as well? Is that what you're saying?
Everything.
Yeah,
I'm trying
everything.
to clarify with Fundy's definition because
Yeah.
people have different like atheists have their flat earthers have their I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this and get your there's a lot of definitions for this one word. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. So if it has a name, or if you've ever been able to think about it or describe it or talk to someone about it, that's something included in the all. And now I'm not trying to include things that we're not sure exist, or like vampires or whatever. Nothing like that is important. Like things that are like up for question.
The idea of vampires would be included in the all, right? Even if vampires themselves aren't real, the idea of vampires would be included, right?
Yeah,
so like
sure. Why not?
Included, spiritual things can be included, right?
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Just clarify.
Dreams. Yeah, sure. Not to focus on any one particular thing. I'm actually trying to do the opposite and focus on the idea of all. Right.
Right. That's a good way to put it. I think that's better than the universe. The universe kind of has a physical connotation to it, whereas the all kind of encompasses
all inclusive,
go ahead,
all encompassing. Yeah. Well, it's cool. It's cool. So here's when we're talking, like I said, when I said earlier, the only way to completely describe the universe accurately without being one-sided or focusing on a particular is to speak paradoxically. And so I hope this is a good example when I ask you, is the all one thing or many things?
Say it's God damn it, it's fucking ridiculous. One thing, I guess. Yeah, one thing. It's like the same idea is it a pack of cigarettes? Or is it many cigarettes? It's just a pack of cigarettes. You know what I mean? Like the all is just is the pack of everything. So it's just one thing, I would say.
Right, it's one thing, but of course it's the all. It's all things, plural too. It's like I said, the only way to be correct is to speak paradoxically. This single thing is many things, right? That's the statement. This one thing is many things. Those are opposites.
But wouldn't I say that? Wouldn't the exact same analogy be? It's the way you're terming it, because I could say this cigarette pack is one thing, and then I could also say this cigarette pack is actually 21 things, 20 cigarettes in a package. You know what I mean?
And
so
both of those,
I don't necessarily
both
agree.
of those are true.
I think it's a category.
Both of those are true.
Right, but I think you're basically taking one category of the actual everything being one thing, and then you're shifting that category over to then include all the things within it, which I think is a categorical error.
I think it's a universal.
I have to say I agree with Fundy on this. If you're going to use the analogy of the cigarette pack, that there can be however many cigarettes in a pack, so it's each one of those things, and then the cigarette pack is its own thing as well. They are both things. So yeah, you can individualize it, and then you can even say the wrapper or the printing on the paper or this is that thing. But as a whole, it is its own one thing as well.
Right, but here's the thing: is you're making a categorical error, because now we're basically taking the category of a package of cigarettes.
No,
and
that's
then
my point.
And then attributing
it's on
it
purpose.
That's
on purpose.
No, hold up. You're like I'm explaining this. You're taking the package as a whole, one category, and then you're attributing that category to then all of its components and constituents, which I don't. It's not the same. It's not the same category. You're explaining two different things, basically, or explaining two different aspects of something. So there's not. It's one object the way you define it, and then you go on to define a bunch of different objects and say, look, it's that same object, but what you're actually doing is just describing the components.
Okay, so Noah, there's parts of language that are like morphemes, phonemes. Those aren't important. Those are just the sounds and the words. But then there's syntax and grammar and pragmatics, right? And when you speak in a way that's true when addressing all of reality and not focusing on only one side of it, then you fall in line in speaking English properly when you speak in particulars. However, if you're speaking in universalities, then you break the rules of English and break the rules of like how English or language is trying to be rational because it's focused and it's pinpoint sort of focused on one thing at a time. I'm saying you broaden your view to encompass all things, which doesn't take away any detail. It just zooms out to the all, which is not something humans usually do, and it's not what language is designed to do. So when I say all of us are alone together, that doesn't that isn't a proper pragmatic English statement. Like, you're not allowed to say that in English. Like, it doesn't make a proper sentence. Yet it's a higher truth that goes beyond the rules and limitations of how we're told to speak English. I'm abusing English
What
in order
you're
to make
doing is it just seems like you're shifting categories. Because if you're together, you're not alone. That's it.
But I
mean, if you guys get together, you're now not alone. But then when you say like, oh no, but I'm actually alone in my room, now you're making a new category on what is in your room. Maybe you're alone in your room. Then a bunch of people come into your room, and you say, oh, I'm not alone in my room, but I'm alone in my own mind. And so
who gets
you're
to die with you,
moving the
Noah?
goalposts and shifting the category. It's not that I'm not broadening my awareness.
When you face death.
Wait, hold up. It's not that I'm not broadening my awareness to the all itself. I understand that, but that's one category. You're conflating different categories, I think, in my opinion. But I mean,
check this out.
This is one of the fundamental disagreements I have with you. But that's
all right.
Yeah, neither here nor there.
Minor.
But go ahead. Try to. You can.
Minor.
I'll try to see from your perspective, but I still feel as though
I'd
you're
appreciate that.
Shifting the categories in my mind. That's how I'm perceiving it.
See, the thing is, Noah, I have no problem in saying that you're right. But you think, you think you're right, which I agree with you being right. But I think I'm also right, and I think that we're saying opposites. But that's my whole point about the higher truths are paradoxical truths. And let me try this one on you. When you're about to when you're dying, right, and you're like, I'm going to have to go through this experience by myself. Like, my experience of death will be a singular experience, an individual experience of dying, right? No one can die with you. You know what I mean? Like, you're the only one dying in the room. You die as an individual. So, in a sense, you can say, I hope I don't die alone. People say that in the sense that there's no like family or friends around them on their deathbed, right? Oh, I don't want to die alone on this deserted island. Or whatever. I don't want to die alone because I'm not married and I have no friends or kids or whatever, right? But everyone dies alone. However, if you're with people around you that love you, you die alone with others.
Even if somebody's dying right next to you and you both are dying at the same time, you still die alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up. Let me respond to that now. And here's the different part. Is you are together in the category of this physical life.
But you're alone too.
Once you pass from the category of physical life into the afterlife or whatever you want to call it, then you're alone. So what you're doing is you're shifting the category of, oh, I'm together with these people physically, and then you're saying, but I'm also alone because when I die, I'm going to be alone. But the thing is that you're conflating two separate contexts or categories. And it's true in one category that you're alone in the afterlife or whatever you want to believe. Let's just say you're alone for this sake. But it is also true at the same time physically that you're with people in the room. But that's the thing is these are two separate categories. There's no paradox here. There's just two categories that you're conflating to one. And that's what I'm saying is like, I don't think there is any paradoxes. I just think if you view it as a certain way, say you confuse two categories, you can come up with a paradox. But that's just because you're looking at an incomplete view of the actual overall picture. You're not You're not determining which category or which context the person
Can I
is in.
jump in real quick?
Go ahead.
So,
Hey, I'll be
how
right
would-
back in a couple minutes.
How would we define a paradox? Can we agree on that definition?
Go ahead, Fundy.
Nah, he said he would just be right back. I would say that a paradox, you know, a lot of people say it's only literary, that a paradox can only happen in words, which is basically language, which is basically our minds, that paradoxes don't actually live in reality. They only live in words, is what a lot of people say. I don't know if I completely agree with that, because I think that words and how we understand the world, and we use words to describe things, therefore there can be paradoxes of how we describe the world we live in. So it's not just literary, it's not just through verbiage, but they actually do exist. But yeah,
Something that
has been an argument for a couple weeks now around here.
it's something that's true and false at the same time.
Yeah, that's
Kinda
what
like
I
an
that's what I
oxymoron as well, but it's not the same.
I actually have to agree with Godric. It's something that you know is true. Like, you look at something, you know it's true, but you look at like how it works, and you're like, this is illogical. The logic shows that it's false, but I know it to be true in reality. And that's why I say I don't think there is any paradoxes. It's all just incomplete information. Certain things don't make sense until you can see the whole picture, and that's what I think.
Well, that's what I was going to say. My definition was going to be an apparent contradiction. So the word paradox comes from two different Greek words. One's a preposition, para, which means alongside, and doxe, which means truth. So you have truth alongside itself, or truth alongside another truth, so that you have these two apparent contradictions. But as what was the guy that was talking before? What was his name?
I'm back. Fundamental. Fundy if you want.
Yeah. What he was saying was that these two things are both true at the same time. But I hear both Brett and Funny, because I was going to jump in when Brett was talking at the end of it and say, I think that you're describing exactly what Fundy is saying. It's just that you're being a little bit, I think, more rigid with your standard.
Well, here's the thing: is you said apparent, but that doesn't mean it's reality. It just is what it appears to be. There appears to be a contradiction, but I would say, because I've never seen an example of something that like most things that you'll see as paradoxes in one view, you'll look at from another view. You see, no, actually, this all makes sense. I just had incomplete information, and that's been with anything that I've figured out in this life. Is that the paradoxes are not the way the paradoxes are resolved is you get a more complete picture, and you're like, oh, so I was attributing logic to these parts, but I didn't have all the parts, or oh, I was attributing logic and I had the wrong parts. It's like building a Lego structure, but you have the wrong pieces. You think, why is it all fucked up? It's because you don't have the right pieces. It's not because the manufacturer made the pieces wrong. You like.
Hey Noah.
Yeah, I've never seen a paradox that hasn't been resolved by more information coming out, and then it all makes sense, is what I'm saying. And I don't think you have either.
I believe Bertrand Russell had a pretty good case for a paradox. Are you familiar with the Barber's paradox?
Paradoxes are impossible by definition, and they don't exist. And I know I'm the one talking about having paradoxical understandings of things. That's because understandings are mental, not physical.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I just want to give you one more example, Noah, and maybe the more examples I give, because I can do this all day, because I can apply this philosophy to literally everything. Hopefully we can come to more of an understanding, not that I'm right in my choice of words, but that you might come closer to seeing value in what I'm saying if I give more examples, because I'm obviously being consistent in whatever I'm having in mind, to pull this stuff from. So here's another one that might take us closer to finding middle ground. So coming and going are opposites, right? If you're coming, you're approaching, right? If you're going, you're moving away. right? Those are the definitions. So one man
One more time. Sorry, you cut out in the middle for me.
coming. Coming means approaching, correct?
Okay.
Going means departing, right?
Okay. Yeah. Departing. Yeah. Okay.
Going and coming are opposites. Departing and approaching are opposites. Yet there is only one single reconciled paradox of existence that's actually truly happening, and that's just movement. Because there is no one way to be particularly correct and also complete when saying something is starting at point A and ending at point B. Now make a claim and be one-sided about it. Choose one of the words and say that you're absolutely correct. Now the thing is, you will be absolutely correct if you say if it's going from point A to point B, right? But it's just as equally valid to say it's coming from point A to point B. Something that's going,
and that's
something
my
that's
point.
going. Let me just say one last cherry on top. Well, let me just land this plane. Anything that's going from somewhere is also anything that's performing the action of going is at the same time performing the same action of coming, and those two actions are the same action.
Okay. That's what I'm saying is, if you say it in one category or from one perspective, it's coming, and if you say it from another category or another perspective, you see it coming, right? But here's the thing, and this is what I've been saying the whole time, is what as an analogy, what you were doing earlier is you were basically conflating both things as the same perspective, and then saying, look, it comes and goes, it comes and goes at the same time. It's a paradox. When I would say, it's not a paradox because you're conflating two separate categories, basically, or two.
Well, obviously, I'm not that dumb, Noah. Right? Obviously, I'm not that dumb. The real message here is that coming and going are two perspectives of the same thing. The true thing is not a paradox. The true thing is the true one thing that truly happened.
Right, i.e., there's no paradoxes, except if you conflate the categories.
Yeah. Well,
there is no paradox, like I said.
No, okay. There's only one thing, right? It's like calling a coin like a head-sided object, and then someone's like, no, it's a tail-sided object, and then the truth is it's just a coin, right? The only truth is that there is a coin, and there's two different perspectives you can look at it from, and both of those perspectives are true perspectives. You have to entertain.
But there's nothing inherently paradoxical about that. Nothing. None of your. This is the thing is, the examples that you give show that they're paradoxical. I have given more context and clarified and showed that there was no paradox to begin with. So that's the thing is, I don't think there is any paradoxes. I think it's basically you have misinformation on what's.
Can I jump in real quick again?
In regards to the actual subject.
Go for it.
So there was a guy who talked up earlier with Bertrand Russell and the Barber's Paradox. I was curious if you wanted to talk about that real quick.
Yeah, I want to
hear about I'll give you I mean, I'm sure you guys have probably heard it, but the paradox is pretty simple. So the thought experiment is, if we define a barber as the one who shaves all those and those only who do not shave themselves, the question is, does the barber shave himself? But this is just basically a more refined example of what you guys have been talking about. But we're dealing with essentially like set theory, how we define sets, and how these are, how the boundaries between these like sort of are illusory, I guess. I don't know.
Right, yeah, I guess it does have to do with sets and how you define things, because when he defines it all as when he defines all as everything and says that's one thing, I would agree with him. And then for him to say, no, actually, it's a bunch of little things, I would say, you're going outside of your original definition and now looking at all the components of it. You're doing a different action. You're not looking at the all, you're just looking at the components. It's a different category. And so there is no paradox. It's just a conflation of two categories. That's what I'm saying.
I need to drop one thing, okay? I really need you to drop one thing for me, Noah, please. I'm not claiming paradoxes exist. Okay? I said all I've ever said is that the highest truths are understood through a paradoxical form of understanding, meaning your thoughts on something. You have to understand paradoxically, just in your thoughts. The thing itself is not a paradox, but your thoughts on it have to say with your mental voice, that thing is coming. That thing is departing, approaching. That thing is big, small. That thing is singular, plural. Because that is the case for every part of the universe, especially the universe as a whole. The universe is black, white. The universe is dark, bright. The universe is dead, alive. The universe is dead, alive.
I think if
So
okay,
here's
hold
the
on,
here's
I
the
think
wait, hold up.
I
So
think you're
here's
just
the
using
thing.
the wrong term.
So hold
Like
up.
when
So
you
here's
say
the thing.
we have to think paradoxically, you're basic.
Hold,
That's not
hold
that's not the
up.
term you want to use there. You're basically just saying dualistic or opposites. Big, small. Those are in opposition. Those are not
Hold up.
paradoxical.
Yeah, none
Those
of
are
this
just
is.
opposites. So you're just using the wrong word.
Hold
No,
up.
no,
And
no,
he's
I can
no. Hold
I
up.
can
Hold
correct
up.
that.
Hold up. Hold up.
You go
There's
first.
hot.
You go
Let
first.
me
You go
fucking
first. It's all
respond.
right.
Jesus. Listen, big, small. You're not talking about the universe itself, dude. You're talking about relative properties of the components of the universe itself within it, which is again a categorical error. You're talking about the components again. To say that the all is big or small, I would not say the all has like length or whatever, because you said it included spiritual things which don't have those properties. Do thoughts have a length? No, but the all includes thoughts, so it doesn't. You're basically taking the properties of the components, applying it to the actual thing itself, and then saying, aha, a paradox, when what you're doing is actually just a category error. And like I said, I don't think there is any actual paradoxes in reality.
Okay.
It's just the way you describe it. Paradoxes arise when you describe something with incomplete information. It's not an
What I think,
actual thing that's happening
yeah,
in reality. It's just the way you're describing it. Seems paradoxical,
okay.
but even in your examples, I point out that you're just shifting the goalposts. You're saying this all thing is all. This is the all, and then you're saying it's hot and cold. But no, the all is not neither hot nor cold. It has components that are hot or cold relative to each other, but the all itself is neither hot nor cold. You know what I mean? Like you're making you're like I'm saying, the whole fundamental thing that I'm saying is that you're making like categorical errors. You're shifting, you're conflating two,
That's
you're
my point.
establishing two different categories,
I'm
and then
trying
saying
to do
like
that.
these categories are in one, these categories in another, but they don't work in either category. But then you're shifting, you're combining them together, and it's like you can't do that. You're either you set your categories and go with them and keep them separate, and you can make a third category that includes both, but you can't then just take two separate categories and combine them and say, aha, paradox.
No, like I said, no, I'm not claiming paradoxes exist. It's not my point. Paradoxes don't exist. Paradoxes are impossible by definition, and I
think
agree
we're all on
with
the
that
same
definition.
page. I think we're all on the same page. He's not saying that you're claiming that paradoxes exist, and neither am I. I proposed a thought experiment, which is valid. I mean, it's just like I think we're all on the same page, and we've sort of been talking past each other this whole time. And I think this
A
conversation
little bit.
originally stemmed to sort of move it in another direction, or maybe even reverse it. It sort of stemmed from the Vesca Pisces. We were talking about that, right? and
Was
we
that
were
was that related?
Was that what it?
well,
Was that what
I think
And
it
happened?
all sort of
also,
did stem. We were originally talking about the Vesca Pisces, and then we ended up talking about this, right?
That was a previous topic for sure. Like no doubt we mentioned that earlier, but I'm not sure that's what stemmed
Yeah,
this
I don't
conversation.
either, to be honest.
you guys don't know what a paradox is. Just saying.
Whoa. Okay. We haven't even, no one's
Okay,
even given
go
their
ahead,
opinion on
Godric.
what a paradox is.
Go ahead and tell us what you think a paradox is, and I will listen, and I will try to understand what you're saying. Since I don't know, I want you to inform me, please.
It's something that's impossible, right? Like, can God make a planet so big he can't lift it?
Oh boy. Okay. What? Try again, please. Just say it.
Did
No,
you
that's
hear it?
Straightforward.
God.
Did you hear
God
it?
can't make something he can't lift. That makes sense because he's supposed to be all. Actually, that's an interesting one.
What
Can
happens
God
when
create something he can't move?
what happens when You know, like when the train hits the wall, and immovable force is hit by
unstoppable force and an
unstoppable force is hit by an immovable object. What happens then? When an unstoppable force hits an immovable object, what happens?
You're just introducing infinities.
Yeah, but
you're not.
That's like a basic paradox. Like you can't. It's impossible. You can't.
You're not. You're not describing you're not defining or talking about what a paradox is. You're talking about thought experiments that have a paradoxical nature. So it seems like you're the one who doesn't know what a paradox is. You can only give examples that point.
I think that's what it is.
What a paradox is.
It's something impossible, or it can be true and false at the same time.
But here's the thing, Godric. I guess it arises again from the way you describe it with incomplete information, because with a complete knowledge, you would know that there is no unmovable object and there is no unstoppable force, right? I mean, these things are not real.
But I can give you a paradox right now, man.
Are these things real? Like, I would not say that they are even real. So how, you know what I mean? It's this. I don't see paradoxes in reality. I only see paradoxes in the way people describe reality. Is what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. So I don't see them in reality. I see them in how people describe.
This is exactly what I said at the very beginning of this conversation, that people say that it has to do with only words and not things that actually happen. It's something that's literary only, something that it takes place in language, not in the world itself.
Well, you're right, but there's one thing I wish you would have added on to that, Shines, and that it only happens mentally, literally, as compared to things in the world. But that's, like Noah pointed out, components of a whole.
No. What I even pointed out at the beginning.
There's one thing. I'm sorry, but one thing.
No. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. I consider the all a paradox. Like, not any piece of it a paradox, like a true paradox. I think that there's one single true paradox. Not any component of it is a paradox, but I consider like the universe, the one true existing paradox as a whole. There's not paradoxes within it, but it as a whole is a paradox.
And I would agree with you.
You know who should be here? Fresh Grown Flowers. He should be here for this.
I agree. And let me just get this out. So I agree with you. And this is why I said at the very beginning of this conversation that people try to say that this is just a literary thing, right? It's just something in language. But what do we use to explain the world around us? We use language. And so if there are paradoxes in language, as we are describing what we are seeing, what is happening in the world, and that is happening within the language, then obviously that is what is happening within this world. And when we try to sit and think about anything, this is why people become monks and sit on mountains for 10 years and just eat a couple of grass roots every once in a while and ponder what the hell is actually happening here, is that no matter what kind of thought we have, we're going to have a different thought. Then we have that thought. Guess what? There's a counter thought to that. Then there's a counter thought to that. And no matter what language you know, how many languages you know, even if you know multiple different ones, you are constantly going to be met with, I think this. Well, guess what? There's an opposite to that. Then there's this. Then there's that. Like to find an ultimate truth that this is the one and only thing. It's like, has anybody ever done that? Ever?
I think the goal to that, yeah. I think some people have, and
I don't think that they have. I don't think that anybody ever has.
Well, the way to think that way, where you're not, trapped in any way, is just to accept the paradoxical overall truth of things.
And there you go. That might be an ultimate like gotcha, right? Because other than that, like it starts off with people saying, "Oh, life is meaningless and empty." Then it changed to life is meaningless and empty, and it's meaningless and empty that it's meaningless and empty. Meaning that, yeah, it doesn't mean anything, but we don't need to get upset about it because, it's just meaningless and empty that it's meaningless and empty. And then it changes from, oh, life is meaningless and empty, and it's meaningless and empty that it's meaningless and empty, and we are meaning-making machines, and we can make it mean whatever we want it to mean, right? This conflict of like how people are trying to communicate with one another, what things actually do mean. Now we're meaning making machines, and we could just make it mean whatever. And look what the world looks like now. Oh, it's my truth, my truth, my truth. This is my truth. It's not your truth, but it's my truth. So this must be true. It's a fucking problem, because there has to be some ultimate truth, right? There has to be something, because we're in ultimate chaos where everyone is thinking that they can just come up with their own meaning making machine. This is my truth nonsense. It's not working out well, is it?
Okay, what I'm saying is that there's one truth that is the actual reality, and you can talk about it in a way that's paradoxical, but that only happens when you're not actually describing what's actually happening. You're either describing a small component of it, or you're making some sort of categorical error. Like, for you to say it's meaningless and empty, therefore it's meaningless and empty, that it's meaningless and empty, that starts with a false premise that it's meaningless and empty. What if it's meaningful and full of things, not empty at all? See, upon the larger information, upon the context being brought in, you can see that there is a paradox here, but maybe it's because the actual initial premise itself is not true. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think there is any paradoxes. I think there's paradoxes when you are describing something that's not reality. When you start to describe reality, there seems to be no paradoxes. At least for me, whenever I'm more in line with reality, there's less paradoxes. And when I'm less in line with reality, I'm thinking about all this unmovable force, unstoppable object. These things are not reality. That's why a paradox arises. A life that's meaningless and empty, I mean, I don't know. For me, in my experience, that doesn't seem to be true. And
Exactly.
upon inspecting what you're saying, and there's a contradiction in what that is, and I'm saying, well, yes, because that's not even the truth to begin with.
Exactly.
And therefore, the truth still has no contradictions and thus no paradox. It was only the appearance of one when you were confused.
Okay, so I totally hear what you're saying, but I think what you're missing from me and Fundy is that the truth does have a paradox to it, and that is what the truth actually is that the truth, there will always be
that's the fundamental disagreement, is that I disagree with that statement, and I don't think you've shown sufficient evidence to prove me otherwise.
Well, I'm trying to argue that point.
That's just what it is.
Let me
explain
to you.
Discussing for the past hour.
No. So let me explain to you. I haven't really been talking that much. So let me
I
see if I can have a shot at it.
Shines. I just want to say I'm very happy to be having this conversation. I think it's actually a great use of everyone's time. So, if it's annoying anyone, I just want to let you know, like, it's the opposite for me. I absolutely love
I
this
think it's a fascinating conversation. Yeah, and if other people want to talk about something else, like
I've been waiting to talk to Fundy about this for a while. And I guess to you too, Shines, I didn't know you held the opposing position.
No. It's not even an opposing position. It's just like I am constantly, I am the person, and you can ask everyone, I say this all the fucking time. I am here to try and figure out more epiphanies. Like, I want those shock and awe moments where it's like, damn, how did I not realize that before? The things that I didn't know that I didn't know. I want to figure those things out as much as possible. And it's conversations like these where we can hopefully have that. Just like when I explained to you about the whole evolution thing this morning, like, that tripped me out. And I was like, that's amazing. Like,
that was great. That really was.
I never correlated these things together before. I mean, that was absolutely brilliant.
Did Fundy hear about that?
No, I don't think he had. Okay.
Fundy, I diverged for a second. Tell Fundy this shit.
No, I think Shine should finish. We can get to that afterwards.
Really, like, you got to hear this.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready.
So I was watching Fargo last night, and in the show, I think it was season 3, and I don't smoke weed anymore, but I started taking like CBD. Like, I got through JohnnyApple.com. They have these cool little vape pens. It's pure CBD, no THC whatsoever. And so for the past couple weeks, I've been smoking on it before I go to bed. And so I was watching Fargo, and I thought it was just like me tripping. But then I called my husband into the room, and he's like, this is amazing. So we were watching Fargo. This dude, they always do these little parables in like every single episode of Fargo. And in this one episode, there was this guy on an airplane, and he's talking to another guy. And he was like, yeah, so, with evolution, first what they did was they swam, right? We started off swimming. Then we moved to crawling. Then we went to walking. And now look at us. We're in an airplane and in cars. We're in like, we're old and decrepit or whatever. And I pressed pause, and I was like, oh my God, that like just blew my mind. So first of all, it blew my mind because it's almost like the end of times, right? Like, okay, yeah. So if evolution was true, start off swimming in the oceans, then you move to crawling, then you move to walking. Now we're in airplanes and cars. That's like the wheelchairs, right? Like we're in the end of days kind of thing. But then I was also like, holy shit, they hijacked the creator. They literally hijacked the creator for their story. Where do we start off when we're babies? What do we start off doing when we are conceived?
In the water.
We start
We're
off
in the water.
in the water, in
Yeah,
the womb.
I absolutely understand.
And then
Yeah.
we moved to crawling, and then we moved to walking, and then whatever. And I was like, dang, they hijacked evolution, like that entire theory from the creator. We start off swimming, we move to crawling, we move to whatever. Like that is fucking brilliant. But
Check it out.
on a deeper note than that, like it's also like, okay, if all of that is true, and even if it's the creator and evolution or whatever the theories are, yeah, we are in the end of days because we are riding around in cars and in airplanes like lazy ass motherfuckers that aren't walking to places anymore.
To get that walking stick.
It's quite fascinating. It was very fascinating.
Check it out,
it's like the riddle of the. It's like the riddle of the Sphinx, basically. They're
Right,
just
right,
putting
right.
it into evolution.
All right, well, check it out, Shines. They doubled down on you in case you didn't notice. So the conception of the universe, right? The conception meaning like the beginning, right? The conception of the universe, the conception of you, who's a fractal, a smaller fractal of the universe within the universe. The universe, they say, starts out with a big bang. You were conceived with a big bang. Then life started out as a single cell organism. You started out as a single cell. Then it turned into a multi-cell organism. Just in the same way, that single cell that you were once multiplied and divided or whatever, and then became multicellular. They steal the creation story all the time. They take natural reproduction and they turn into the production of the universe, and they take the evolution of everything and they do the evolution of your life. It's all poetic and fractal, and I mean I consider their story bullshit made up, but it is borrowing from true, in your face, life experiences and principles that we all, are a part of in our everyday life. So yeah, that's definitely what they do. But I really like that. I really like that about the evolution. I never thought about that one.
Neither did I. I had never thought about it before. As soon as I heard that, I literally pressed the pause button, looked at my husband, and was like, "We need to talk about this."
But here's how it.
That was amazing.
Here's how it relates, though. Here's how it relates. Instead of saying it's the end of times, it's the end of an era, because it's the same.
It's growing. It's a growing period. Yeah.
Well, check it out. Check it out. You know how you go do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, and that relates to like one octave of a piano keyboard, but then the next octave occurs, and so the last step that you mentioned was flying, but birds are the fish of the air.
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, totally. But no. That wasn't the point. The point was not flying in the air, but us sitting. We're sitting down now. We're no longer hunting in the woods, running around. We're sitting. We're mostly sitting, like in a wheelchair. So we are now sitting in a plane, sitting in a car, sitting in our home, not hunting.
It's analogous to the walking cane, right?
Yeah,
it's that piece of technology that you lean on as you're more mature, and as a species or as a kind or whatever you want to call it, humanity now leans more on tech. He leans on that tool, that walking stick. The walking stick analogy for a tool, right? All this shit we have has come to us because we can build tools, right? So just as you go old, you lean on that tool. It's like our race is old. We're an old race of humans here because we're leaning on that gas powered car, that electric powered car in our wheelchair.
Right.
But where were you going with it, with the bird funding?
Well, I was trying to. So fractal is definitely something you guys are talking about, but I want to talk about the octaves. Okay, so there's a reason you got do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, but then the next one is do again. But of course, it's not the same do as the one you departed from. You've reached a higher level, but it kind of repeats itself that it's do on a higher frequency. So the fish, right? The fish says, "Oh, I'm just in a medium and I just swim around." And then he says, I'm going to take it one step higher and I'm going to crawl. And then he takes it one step higher. He says, I'm going to climb and run and walk and be bipedal wearer. And then, you know, the human grows wings and becomes a bird. And you're like, oh, wow, I went from do, re, mi, fa, so, la, and then ooh to T is the bird, right? But that bird, even though it's flying, is pretty much the same thing as swimming in the air, which means the next step above the bird is crawling after that. But crawling
it's going to the moon.
Crawling on what, right?
The
and
moon.
Then whatever. Yeah, sure. But I mean, there's also something I could say about old age there. Where it's like you're born into diapers, and then once you get to the old age, right? You return back to diapers. That's the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, returning back to the do. Even though, I mean, that's not a perfect analogy, but it points that way. Yeah. But of course, if you keep leveling up, you're going to kind of go through the same experiences. It's sort of like how you go through high school and you're the freshman, right? And everyone's picking on you. And then you make it the senior, you think you're hot shit. But then, oh, we're right back to do at college. Now you're the freshman at college, right? You're going to have to go through that same do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do until you're a senior at college, right? It's just, that's the octave approach to things that also, goes along with the fractal, aspect of it all. But this shit's multifaceted. There's lots of different universal principles that you can detect that kind of apply to all things.
That sort of ties in with the occultic principle of the first will be the last and last will be the first, right? Like the last.
Right. Jesus says, "I am the Alpha and the Omega."
Right. The last thing you place down in a stack will then be the first when you pick it up, right?
Oh, that's a good one, man. That's a really good one. The first shall be the last. Fuck yeah, man. As above, so below. The first shall be the last. I am the Alpha and the Omega. And coming is going and going is coming. Those are 3 red pills for all you.
How about this paradox? How was it created? Come on now. Scientist. How was it created? How did it get here in the first place?
I think it's eternity. I think I think the universe, the all, is eternal, and that it's only things within the all that have beginnings and ends. Sort of like how space, if we just want to humor me and accept that term real quick, space doesn't have a shape. Things have shapes within space. Space doesn't have a size. Things have size within space. Time doesn't have a beginning. Time doesn't have an end. Events have beginnings and ends within time.
But we're talking about matter, right? How's that work?
I mean, if you
matter is just forever. It just always was, always will be.
No.
Created.
Not matter. Energy, sure. That's just like motion, right? Change. The idea of like attention combined with the idea of change. All is mind, all is in vibration. Combine that together, you got yourself time.
But how did the vibration get here?
Eternity.
You're something real with just concepts.
I would say you are a part of something that always has been and always will be. That's my take on it.
Yo, but yeah, this
Wait. How about this one? This is my last one. I always lie.
Oh yeah, words are amazing, right? You can play around and fuck around with words really talentfully. Everything I say is a lie, right? That's a wonderful, fun party trick to pull out on someone.
Well, yeah, I mean, these so-called paradoxes, right? They're just linguistic paradoxes.
Okay, so let's go back to that.
They're not tied in reality, like a married bachelor. right?
How is language not tied to reality?
So
Like I
that's
think
where
Shine's
Hold on, I'll
making,
tell you.
yeah, Shine's making
Okay.
an excellent point.
Hold up,
Language can
5 seconds. I'll be quiet.
Yo, can you guys
Hold up, 5
let
seconds.
him make his point, please?
Everyone chill.
Okay, 5
Let-
seconds. I'm gonna just say it real quick. Basically, language can be a lie because I can say something that's not true right now. I'm a dolphin.
Totally.
Obviously, it's not true. Thank you.
Yes, you can. And so my point from the beginning of this conversation was that people claim that paradoxes are simply linguistic. But we use language to explain what is happening to us in this world, right? I mean, even time,
Correct.
past and future is a paradox. Like, does it exist? No, it doesn't. There is no such thing as past or future. There's only right now. We are living in a fucking paradox. And our language that we use to describe this world, we are constantly met with paradoxes all the time. And people can claim that it's linguistic, but it is something that is truly happening to us
Well, it's like
all the time.
Well, and I'll just like to back this up. It's not. It's yes, right. They're linguistic, but more specifically, it's math and it's logic, right? We all adhere to like logical like consistencies here, right? When using like modus tollens and other things, like
Exactly.
it's
Therefore,
logic, it's math. We use these things to
okay.
like prove things
Okay.
with definitive like
Exactly.
truth values and conditional statements. So like logic and math absolutely 100% have their place in this reality. It's not just it's language or it's meaningless. It's like no, this is how
No,
we
that's
communicate.
not what I'm saying.
Wait, no, that goes
Still,
back.
math is still a language.
No,
And
hold
logic.
on.
Hold on. Well, if you're saying reality is logical, therefore, a paradox would be contradictory to the matter, because that wouldn't be logical. If reality is logical,
That's what I'm saying.
Therefore, no paradoxes would exist in reality. A married bachelor, for example, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So what
Paradoxes
what
can
I
be
am
arise
saying
from
to
false
add
belief.
on to this, that yes, we can deal with logic, we can deal with whatever. And when he said like the meaning of it, that's why I went back to, I can't remember who the first person who said, I don't remember if it was Nietzsche or whoever the fuck it was, that was like, life is meaningless and empty. And that's what a lot of people, the philosophers, thought for a very long time, is that life is meaningless and empty. And it was a very depressing time because everyone was like, yeah, it doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless and it's empty. Like there's no meaning here. Then it changed to life is meaningless and empty, but it's meaningless and empty that it is meaningless and empty. Meaning that it doesn't mean anything that it's meaningless and empty. It just is meaningless and empty. And now it has changed. The most recent thing within linguistics is that life is meaningless and empty, and it's meaningless and empty that it's meaningless and empty, and we are meaning making machines. So we make the meaning out of everything here. So it's all in our heads, right? Like we are the ones that make the meaning out of everything. We can say what everything means. My truth, this truth, that truth, whatever. That is
that's
where
why.
we are at in the stage of linguistics right now.
Yeah, I
And-
want to like kind of agree
Go
with
ahead.
the person who said about math and logic, right? I mean, we use language and math and so on to describe the world around us, but logic is what ties it down to it being either logical or not. I mean, and reality has to be logical. I mean, you can describe using language things, but they have to be logically sound to be real, or else you wouldn't even consider a paradox to be real. That's simple logic. I mean, that's
Okay,
reality.
well, then again, so then this
I
comes to
think,
the barber's
I
paradox.
think
right?
I think
again, it's just like super sent. So
Okay,
right.
go ahead.
So if we define a barber, right, as one who shaves all those and those only who do not shave themselves, so then the question is, right, it's a yes or no question. Does the barber shave himself? Yes or no? Any answer results in a contradiction. This is like the truth. This is
What's
a
the
logical.
contradiction?
This
Wait,
is
what's
all
the-
like
what's the
mapped out, like
contradiction?
Yeah, but that's not.
logically.
Yeah, that's not
the
reality.
contradiction?
That's a hypothetical.
But you just said
It's
if I
hypothetical.
can coherently describe a logical situation and that would result in a
You're not describing any
contradiction.
No,
You just
that's not
said
what I
it.
said. No, that's not what I said. I said for something to be real, it has to be logically sound. Not the other way around. Not if it's logically sound, it has to be real.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, whoever said that. Is that
Almost
almost
exactly.
exactly?
Almost.
That's a great name, dude. That's a fucking
Wait, hold
great
on.
name.
Okay, so Noah,
That's
so
a
you
great
just
name.
said exactly. So what is real? What is real? What is it? You just said exactly. You agreed with it 100%. So then what is real?
The world around you. That's what's real.
You really
And
are.
how would you explain that?
Why would you ask me a question and not let me?
I'm sorry. I thought you were
What
answering.
I'm saying is, we're right now. You're really experiencing or at least I am. I'm just gonna assume that you are to like communicate, right? But like you really are experiencing a discussion on Discord. That's what's really happening. If I were to say you're on an elephant doing fucking jumping jacks, that's not reality. That's me contradicting. It may be logical that you could do jumping jacks on an elephant, but it does not describe reality. I could even say you're doing something paradoxical, but you're not. That's only in my description of it. What's really happening is you're here having a discussion on Discord with us. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. And so again, you would use language to describe exactly what is taking place. To describe exactly what is happening here.
Right. So you can either
Language
describe
is a tool.
you can either describe things correctly and with reality, or you can describe things incorrectly without reality. And my claim is that what my claim is that is when you're describing reality incorrectly, that's when the paradoxes arise. Thank you.
Yeah, language is just a tool. You could use it for fiction as much as you can for truth.
Yes, you can. Totally, but that's missing the point of what we're talking about with paradoxes. So
is it?
It is. Well, is it not? Go ahead if you.
I don't think so. The whole point is that language.
I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, the point is that it doesn't have to tie into reality, and that's why the whole the whole category of fiction writing exists, is because you can talk about things that aren't true, and that's what sets you up for these paradoxes and stuff like that. It doesn't have to tie into reality. Obviously, it's most convenient when it does. And that's why we have language to begin with. We use it to communicate and, for convenience in life and to spread ideas in this world, in reality. But it need not stick to reality.
Okay, and that is totally spot on. Okay, so how about this one? Maybe this one might get you guys going. So the more you know, and the more that you think that you know, the less that you actually know. Is that not a paradox?
That's exactly that's what we're saying.
Exactly. And so it is a paradox, and it might be something in language, but it is something that we can totally understand, where it is language that is used to understand that. And even if we were out in the bush living like a jungle life, like you might know some things.
I would like to respond to that.
The more that I know, actually, the less that I do know, because this doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Like we are constantly, the more we think we know, the less that we actually do.
Okay, I'm gonna respond to that now. The thing is, you don't actually ever know less. Your knowledge just keeps increasing. To say that you know the more you know, the less you know is incorrect. You know more from the moment you dude, you're not letting me explain myself. You have to let me say my point. It can't be cut off halfway through. All right? So yeah, so basically you're saying the more we know, the less we know. But what I'm saying is, no, the category of your overall knowledge kept on increasing. And when you said the less we know, it's just your knowledge of what you don't know, which has also increased. Nothing has actually decreased. Just your perspective has basically increased, and your proportion of what you thought you know is less compared to reality as itself. But that reality as itself is a different category. It's not again the overall amount of things that you picked up or you grew in knowledge of. You never got less knowledge. It's just you shifted the categories. You made a categorical error.
No, I didn't. Let me explain myself. Okay, so when I say the more that we learn, the less that we actually know, that is actually saying that, yes, we are learning more and more. I'm not taking away anything that we learned. What I'm actually saying is that we now realize there's so much more that we don't know. So if I learn something, then all of a sudden I learn, wait, hold on. No. Hold with me. So the more that I learn, the more that I know that there is so much more that I don't know, right? So as I'm learning things, I might learn that a car exists. Well, guess what? I don't know how a car actually runs. I have no idea how it actually runs. So I know that I don't know that. But I also, as I begin to learn stuff and all these things that I learn that I know that I don't know, you become then aware that there are things that you do not know that you do not know at all.
Okay.
There is
So
no
you don't even
paradox
know that
there.
you don't know
there's
that.
no paradox there.
Okay, hold up,
There
hold
is
up.
Yeah.
paradox there.
Hold up.
Ignorance is bliss. That's the paradox.
Hold up. That's there's no paradox. It's just a categorical error. The knowledge,
Ignorance
your
is
knowledge
bliss.
is your knowledge is one, I guess, let's say set, right? That thing increased the whole time. It never decreased once. When you say the less I know, when you're saying the less I know, you're now invoking a new category that is not the original category. You're talking about the overall knowledge in the universe and your perspective of the amount that you think you have. You're making a categorical error. It's two different categories. Thank you.
Yeah, but Noah, like, while I agree with you with that point, the point that you said earlier about how, oh fuck, I'm losing it right now. What was your first kind of argument against her? Oh, that you keep on increasing in knowledge. That you keep on increasing in knowledge, and as a result, there's always like less that you don't know, basically.
No,
but I think there's a point that you could argue against that. You could argue that if you think you know, if you actually, like, the facts, that the things that you hold true are not actually true. You know, it's like misinformation.
And it's not knowledge.
The paradox is that there's more questions.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you think you know, but you don't truly know, that shuts you off for the things for the truth of that specific thing that you think you know it. You think you have the answer. So you're going to be less likely, you're ignorant as to what it actually is, and that will actually decrease your knowledge. The available things to learn has now decreased because you discarded them.
Hold up.
There's more questions than answers.
Let me respond to him. I disagree with percentage also. It's another categorical error. It's not the overall knowledge that you have that increases, like you described. It's a different category of what you would attribute you think you know. That's a different category. You're conflating the two.
I'm not conflating them. I'm saying that will affect what you will be able to learn. So the available knowledge that you have in totality is now being decreased because you think you know something.
Right, but that's a different. The available knowledge in totality is a different category. You see, that's not
what
the
I'm
same
relying
as the
on.
category of the knowledge that you right now have. Thank you.
No, because you said that as you go through life, you keep on learning things, meaning from that finite amount of knowledge that exists in totality, you're constantly learning more and more from it. I'm saying that you could be not learning more from it, and still it's decreasing because you're just like learning the wrong things and you're ignorant to the truth.
Yeah, I mean that's where these these linguistic paradoxes arise from, is boiling down some experience, for example, into one sentence and saying, therefore it's a paradox. I mean, let's take digging a hole, for example. The more you take away from it, the bigger it gets. I mean, that would be paradoxical in a sense. But it's just a way of framing this explanation or description in a way linguistically would be a paradox. But yeah, if you explain it, I mean, whichever way percentage explained it, or Shines did, or Numty, whatever. I mean, you have to get deep into it to just boil it down into a sentence that could create a simple paradox, which is, again, it's just linguistic. It's not real.
So basically, context.
Can I bring this back? Can I bring this back to like a really simple one, and really addressing the point that there's just a coin, there's just the thing, okay? There is a truth, okay? The truth is the thing. That's the true
my
thing.
point.
One second. Yeah, and it's fine. The thing is not a paradox, okay? I've never said, and I agree with you, Noah, okay? And I hear you, okay? I heard you. I don't believe in paradoxes except for one single paradox. That would be the all. I consider there to be one paradox, and that is the all. The all is the paradox. Any part of it isn't. And I don't believe any part of the all is a paradox. However, all I've ever said this entire night is that the higher truths of understanding are understood through a paradoxical understanding of the thing. The thing isn't a paradox, however. However, Since it's just the thing, now we have to talk about it and try to come to know it. And so a man walks. That's the thing. The guy walks. Now go ahead and pick your poison. Is he going or is he coming? Tell me which one is correct.
I don't know if he's going or coming, but he's walking with 2 pets.
He's doing both.
Paradox.
So like I said, there's no actual paradox in reality. It's just the way you describe it.
And no one's ever said there is a paradox within
that's
reality.
my original point, and people disagree with me, but I haven't actually seen any substantial evidence
No one disagrees with you. No one disagrees with you. Paradoxes don't exist, okay? Paradoxes don't exist. All that exists is a man is walking. That's the true thing. That's the truth. A man is walking. That's the truth. Now, go ahead and try to come to an understanding of what he's doing while not having a paradoxical understanding of the truth. Is he going? Say one sentence and try to be completely correct. Is he going or is he coming?
He's going.
Pick one.
That's my point.
The man is always going.
He's also
even when
coming.
he's coming, he's going.
That's my point. Is that the paradox only arises when you describe things without their proper category. So it's the way you're describing it that causes the paradox. It's because you're giving incomplete information.
You're telling me to obsess. You're telling me to obsess with my speech and my description. I don't care to obsess, even though I do care to be practical.
I never said that.
Okay. Maybe
the man is always going because the man has agency, and
then he's always coming.
No, he's not, because coming depends on the object. He's coming towards something, right? You're instituting a second thing, but the man himself is always going.
See, it's the incomplete information where the paradox
arises. So it doesn't require anyone else.
Now, if you're saying he's going somewhere, that implies a destination. If he switches that destination
maybe it's about the journey.
and takes a turn, so does the position of where he's coming to.
Maybe the destination is the journey. Maybe he's just going with his own agency, and that's all.
Okay, let's switch it to. Let's just switch it to, because we're getting mixed up with the words. A better example would be departing and approaching.
That's fair.
You can't. What do you mean? That can't happen.
No argument there.
In reality.
Yeah, I don't think my point has been disproven. So
I only had a point of contention about one point that you made. I agree with you on the whole, Noah, but you made one point where you said that as they go through life, they keep on learning and therefore decreasing the amount of knowledge in totality, right?
No, but they're not. They're not decreasing anything. They're just gaining knowledge. And that's the thing is, then Shines is conflating that category of what you know, which is always increasing, and conflating it with the category of the things you think you don't know, basically, and saying, oh, that thing is also... And that's the thing is, all the paradoxes that I've heard today, maybe not all of them, but I'd say a lot of them, most of them, have all been category errors, and there was no paradox. It was just a category.
I think you misunderstood me, and you interrupted me before. What I was saying was, as they learn, the kind of direct deduction, I guess you could make, is that there is less to learn, right? That's what you were saying, and I'm saying that's not necessarily the truth, because people think sometimes that they know something. They don't actually learn the true knowledge, right? And as a result, that knowledge is still available for them to learn, but they just they shut themselves off to it. So that was my only point of contention that I made.
That's a category error, and you're bringing in another context.
I don't know why you keep on saying it's a category error. It's really not. It's just that the fact that the total amount of stuff to learn has not changed. You contended that.
I'm only speaking about the knowledge you have. You invoke then a potential knowledge, which is a whole other category. It's not the same category. Your personal knowledge has only done one thing the entire time. It increases. It has never decreased once.
How can you gauge whether their personal knowledge is true? That's the whole point.
If you think you know something, you don't know it necessarily.
Exactly.
So it's not knowledge. Yeah, so it's not knowledge. So there's no paradox.
The person that thinks they know it thinks they know it.
Yeah, but it's not a paradox because it's not actual knowledge. So there is no paradox.
You're not talking about
according to who?
See, again, you're conflating.
No, according to logic.
What you think you're conflating with what you think you know with what you actually know. That's the thing. Is you're making.
I'm not conflating them. I'm saying that they're different, and that's why you have to address them differently. But for the person, they're the one and the same.
But you mix them up. You mix them up.
No, I said that they think they know it, so if it's not actual knowledge, so it's not decreasing the amount of knowledge that they have to learn, but because they think they do know it, that amount of knowledge is now being cut off to them. It still exists. It hasn't been decreased. It's only been decreased to them because they can't recognize the difference. I didn't say it was a paradox. I was just a point of contention to what Noah said about how people are always learning, and therefore there's less to learn.
There's two different categories that you're describing. Both are not behaving paradoxically, and they're both not interacting with each other paradoxically.
When did I say it was a paradox?
The only paradox arises is when you describe it, and you describe it in a paradoxical way where you conflate the categories. Thank you.
Bro, I did not say it was a paradox whatsoever, and I'm not conflating the categories. I just said it was a side, like an aside, a point of contention to what you said, that blanket statement that as you learn, there's less to learn. And I'm saying people learn shit that's not true, and therefore that stuff is still available to learn.
That's not even what I said. That's what I was responding to, because that's what Shine said, actually. So I don't even think you're getting my point. I think
that's actually true. But that's actually true. If you actually gain knowledge, not that you think that you gain knowledge, but you actually gain knowledge, then obviously there's less things to learn.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think that's Noah's point.
And my point, no, because all right, forget it.
I got two examples to give you guys, and again, I only mean this in a universal sense. As soon as you focus on the practical and the particular, of course, that's when you pick a side, and it ceases to be a paradox. So here's one. If living is departing from birth or expanding from birth, ongoing away from birth. That's the idea of living. Living is you're born, and then so on forward in a sense. Mm-hmm. Dying is approaching death. Death is not dying. Dying is approaching death, right?
Okay.
So to live and go away, if living is going away from
birth,
to die. Yeah, living is synonymous with dying. It's just a matter of which side you're looking at it from. Mm-hmm. But there's only one true thing that's going on. But that same thing that's going on from the moment you're born can be called dying, because you're approaching death from the moment you're born. And you're also going away from birth at the moment you're born. So living and dying are synonymous terms.
No.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's a false dichotomy.
Yeah, how do you define the words? Then you can say that they are the same.
Exactly.
They just define them, as he said.
Everything you said was correct right there. I don't know why they don't see that.
I have another way of putting it. And I already talked about, if you want to pick a side and focus and obsess and fixate on a particular perspective, like you don't have the mindset in order to entertain all perspectives, and you want to obsess over your particular one, then yeah, you got to be practical and particular about the way you speak. Sure. I got one more. Okay. I got one more.
Hold up.
Can we talk about this one quick?
Let me respond to the first one about the living and the dying. The way you describe living, as in going away from birth, and the way you describe dying, going towards death, and then saying that they're synonymous. Hold the fuck up. The way you said that they were synonymous in their meaning, yes, I would have to agree with you, but those words don't actually mean that. Those words have a different connotation from that. So upon, I guess, looking, your meaning, here's the thing, is the way you describe those words, if I went with your definitions of the word, what you said was saying that they're the same thing does make sense, right? From those definitions. But what I'm saying is that is not the definition, and I think everyone here would agree those are not the same definitions that everyone holds. When someone says dying, there's a bigger context to dying. And when someone says living, there's a bigger context to living and a bigger context to dying. It's not just going to death is dying is not, there's a bigger context than just the act of going towards death. And living there's a bigger context to that than the actual act of going away from birth. So I think Logically, that makes
And
sense.
you're right.
You're not using.
You're right, and I agree.
Of the word.
No. You're right, and I agree. And it's a categorical error. Everything you've said tonight, I think, is true. But you're being particularly true, while I'm being universally true. And both of those are two perspectives, just like seeing a coin from one side or the other. It's fine. It's fine. But really, like we agreed upon earlier, there's just the coin. There's just the experience. We can call it living or we can call it dying.
100%.
But would you say? Would you say one perspective is practical and the other is not?
No, they're both
Of
practical.
language.
They're both that depends on your culture and your own mindset. And
no, but if living and dying,
you have a choice. Okay, you have a choice.
Let him finish what he's saying.
I'm just saying, if living and dying are synonymous, that just defeats the purpose of language and the meanings we give words. If everything is just, if you give it a perspective that just makes everything paradoxical or synonymous or in a context that is not the way it's practically defined. I mean, that's why we use language.
That's my point. Yeah, that's my point.
That's the whole purpose of language.
Yeah, that's my point. If you want to be practical, pragmatic, and particular, then you obsess from whichever one you see most fit to describe it from. If you want to just sit down, smoke a blunt, chill with the dudes, and have a conversation on the nature of the universe at large, and not about how you have to conversate with people on an everyday basis and pick one that's more socially accepted, then you say, oh yeah, I'm living. It's completely okay to say I'm dying right now. If I just come up to you and say I'm dying, I'm approaching death, I'm not wrong. Okay, I'm not wrong if I come up to you and say I'm dying right now.
And
Did you bring this up?
I would agree with both of you. I would say that. One second, let me just say this. In terms of it being more practical to say a particular thing, and then what Funny said about how
that's cultural.
That depends on your culture, your paradigm.
That's personal.
I agree with both of you because you could have like in some religions they teach you that you only have like limited amount of time on this earth and living is dying, and so basically like bank up on the good deeds and stuff like that so that you could enter paradise, and they constantly remind you of death. It's not seen as a negative thing, actually the righteous people look forward to it because they know that they'll have an eternity in paradise or what have you. So to say that living is dying is a practical, it has like practical importance. It reminds you to do good while you still have time, and then so I think that's the reconciliation between both your guys' things.
I know all of you know how to live in a practical sense. It's human nature to operate and behave and adjust and like get on and go along. But to quote Morpheus, I am trying to free your mind. Free your mind from what? Cultural and personal constraints. You are limiting the way you want to approach things from the perspective of limiting yourself to being practical and particular and correct within certain constraints. But there is a talent all humans have. You are a brilliant being who is more than just his body, able to touch things that your fingers will never reach or grasp, but you can hold in your mind. And from that perspective, coming is the same thing as going. Big is the same thing as small. And as impractical it is, and how it defies linguistic regulations about having proper syntax, having proper pragmatics, grammar, however that goes, I'm going to say I'm living dying. That's not a proper English sentence. Oh, I'm living dying right now. That's not how words work in English sentences. Yet, that's the higher truth that I hope to reveal that maybe you can entertain sometimes. And the last example I have is that filling and emptying space are opposite things. If I fill a space, I'm emptying a space. I can go on and on with this stuff. You can apply this.
But you're doing the same thing. But you're doing the same thing the whole time.
It's a category. It's a categorical error.
You're shifting the categories, and by you saying like,
No,
you guys,
I'm not.
Fundy's right.
I'm not shifting. I'm not shifting categories.
you are.
No. I'm not shifting categories. You are trying to focus on one category versus the other. I'm entertaining both at the same time. You are saying
You
no.
can't do
You
that. That's the
gotta
problem.
pick a side. You're telling me I have
I'm
to
not
pick a
saying
side.
pick a side. I'm saying these are two separate categories, and you are saying no, they're the same. You're saying no, they're the same category. You're describing one thing, and then you're moving to another category, describing it from another category, and then saying, see, these two things that are described don't match. But what actually doesn't match is the category you're describing them from. It's the same thing you've been doing the whole time.
It's just weird how I can completely understand Fundy. That's really weird how I can completely understand everything that he's saying, and he couldn't be any more perfect. But then there's like this disconnect, and I'm not making an argument. That's just very weird.
No. I think Fundy gets it 100%.
Hold up. It's not a disconnect. It's the stance that I'm taking. You're taking an opposing stance, and I'm listening to your guys' proofs or evidence of your side, and I'm being critical and saying that none of these are actually proving any of your points. My point still has stood. Nothing has disproven it. And so I really don't. Yeah, you're describing something. It sounds nice, but it really does not.
You're right.
No offense, Noah. Your point is
correct.
Point is with yours.
You're correct, Noah.
His is higher level.
Noah, you haven't seen anyone go against or disprove your point because you're right.
Yeah,
I don't
Fundy
think
wasn't
you're wrong.
trying to disprove it. Yeah, he actually conceded, and he said initially paradoxes don't exist. Just in the beginning of this conversation, he already conceded to that, and he explained himself. He's talking about an outlook on life and a way to philosophically think about things that kind of give him this satisfaction and kind of elevation or outlook on life. That this is how he likes to look at things and describe them in a way that gives him more satisfaction, I guess. Right, Fundy?
Right, but the thing is, when he's describing
that's
things,
fine. That's fine.
I just don't see. I don't see how it's describing things properly. I think it's an improper description of things, and that's been my point.
The most accurate.
Well, I kind of understand where he's coming from. He's not the paradoxes are long gone. There's no paradoxes anymore. It's just glass is half empty and half full at the same time. But it's like, okay.
Yeah, that's what.
There's no reason for this talk.
Good one. Good one, bro.
Yeah, but it's kind of pointless because sure. If you take something away from something, you have to put it somewhere. Sure. It's like
it's not pointless, and proof is that you know an expression that all of us also know. Obviously, this is some deep shit that humans fucking enjoy, or else you wouldn't have heard the glass is half empty or the glass is half full perspective quote expression, unless it meant something pretty profound that people enjoy.
Sure, but we're not talking about paradoxes anymore.
No, we are. We're just not claiming that paradoxes exist physically.
Well, then how are you talking about paradoxes?
There's only one true paradox, and that's the all.
Can I say something real quick? I mean, it's either, just kind of to diverge a little bit, but I mean, it's either a globe that we're living on or we're not, right? We can't hold that it's a globe sometimes, but then it's not a globe sometimes, therefore paradox. We live in a paradoxical reality, right? We either live on a globe or we don't. So, like, I don't understand. You're using categories to define things and then say, okay, this aspect is definitely not true. It's not true, so we've proven it. There's no paradox here.
Right.
But, like, if you were to say that there's paradoxes and stuff, it could be a globe and flat at the same time. And therefore, we're all just wasting our time in this fucking VC, not debating anything because it's both. So you can't operate in both. You're basically operating in both conditions at the same time. You can't do that. It's either that way or one way or the other.
Hey Noah, it's the craziest thought ever, and this isn't necessarily how I wanted to make my next point because there's a whole different thing. But I'm just saying, in a world that is completely fathomable, if you exercise your mind to its full extent, the world could be a globe and flat at the same time.
I agree.
I'm not even claiming that it's like that. I'd rather take it from the approach that of like including the paradox that a flat Earth has curves on it and a globe Earth has sections that are flat, right? However, I'm just saying there could be an option where it's literally
is it a globe or not a globe? That's the question. Is it a globe or not a globe? That's it. Some sections on the globe are curved, some sections are flat, but overall, is it a globe or not a globe? It can only hold one position. It can only hold two. I mean, it can only hold two positions, either not globe or globe. There's no paradox where it's both, unless you're going to basically say that like space-time bends and it's a Pac-Man, but the Pac-Man is in the shape of a ball.
Well, there you go.
Flat, like, but that again is would seem to be a paradox to us, but with that extra Pac-Man information, there would be no paradox. It would just be the lack of information causing the paradox of it being flat and round flat and a globe at the same time. But I, for one,
you're right.
You can take that out because
no one thinks that paradoxes exist. Again, right, dude? No one thinks paradoxes exist. Paradoxes are impossible. They don't exist. I don't think anyone here thinks paradoxes exist. That's definitely not a point that I've ever made.
There.
So is it a globe or not? Is my question. It has to be one or the other, right?
Hey, I got my best guess as of right now, based on everything I've ever researched and experienced, and I say, I don't think it's a spinning ball in space, man. Seems pretty flat to me. That's where I'm at. I think it's fucking flat.
Fundy, can I ask you a quick question with respect to your living and dying example just now, using a real world analogy? The city of Jakarta, the capital city of Indonesia, which is the largest Muslim country in the world, right? It is sinking at a rate of 8 inches per year, such that they are going to have to move the capital within 20 years.
8 inches.
My question is this. If I say, for example, I stand in the middle of the city and I say, I'm resting here, what you gave with the living and dying example just now is that even though the city is sinking at a rate of like 0.01 inches per day, right? It is still sinking. So I wouldn't be telling you I'm standing here. I would actually be telling you I'm sinking here right now with you in the middle of the city. I mean, that's with your living and dying example.
Just is it? Are you sure
I
it's
didn't get the
sinking
point.
8 inches per year, or is it sinking 8 inches per mile squared?
No, 8 inches per year. The entire city is sinking below towards below sea level.
So not per mile squared.
I really apologize.
How can you even think in miles squared?
I didn't understand the point you were trying to make. I apologize. We can move on.
No, the point is that even though I could tell you I'm living here right now with you, I could also say I'm dying here right now with you. But the dying on the scale, right? It is actually so-called. It is true. I mean, definitionally, it is true that I am dying. My cells are sloughing off my skin and stuff like that. But just like the city of Jakarta example that's sinking, even though it is sinking, it is fair off into the future. But in a generic term, in like a general pub or bar situation, if I'm drinking a beer with you, I would still tell you I'm standing here with you rather than I'm sinking here with you in that sense. Just living and dying.
Yeah, that's very beautiful. Correct. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's very beautiful. And that also sounds very tragic at the same time. Goodbye.
Sounds like what a captain would say.
Everyone is dying. No. His point is that everyone's dying. From the moment we're born, we're all dying. That's an easy fucking.
No, his point was not that. His point was that living and dying is the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And what I said in response was that if we take your definitions that he said previous, then yes. But if we take the actual words that most people have in their mind and are in the dictionary, then no, they're not the same thing. But that's what I'm saying is there's no paradox. It's just an incomplete information.
Matter if there's words there or not.
It's just a perspective on life. You can look at it half empty, half full, right? Dying or living.
It's not even a half empty, half full. The moment you are born, the moment you're conceived, you are in a process of leading up to dying. That's not. You are adding a negative to it. Like dying is a bad thing. That's language.
No, his point was that living and dying is the same thing. And my
They
point was that
are.
by his definitions, and maybe by your definition, I guess so, but
And
there
yeah,
is
this is
there is
where
a
you're getting
definition that
Hold up,
most
Shines.
there's a
Please
connotation and a context that most people have to the words living and dying that don't agree with that whole thing. They don't agree with you. You might think
Exactly,
that, but
because you're getting
it doesn't
language
agree
mixed
with
up
you.
in it. But no matter
Yes,
what,
it's all
hold on.
living and
linguistic
dying is the
vocabulary.
ultimate paradox. We are living to die. Period.
Yeah,
Nobody makes it out alive. There is no
If
surviving.
you're dying, you're still living. I don't get it.
Exactly.
I just want
You are
to.
living
I just want to.
while you're dying.
I just want to put into my words what I think. I just want to say in my words what I think Noah's explaining is that on a regular basis, as far as the culture I'm involved, American culture, whatever, on the East Coast, that people usually only bring up the word dying, like they only speak it out of their mouths to actually refer to someone when they think that they're so close to like failing that they're on such a they're in such a degrading and such a more expedient and fast pace, like downward slope than usual, where it takes that dramatic turn where you only have a few weeks left. At that few weeks left of living, we say, "Oh, now you've begun to start dying," even though that's on them. I mean, it's okay to use it that way culturally, connotatively, sure, but Noah completely understands where I'm coming from with my definition. He already made that clear.
Mm-hmm.
But he is right. He is absolutely right that people only refer usually to someone who's dying when they're on their like last few days or weeks of life.
Yeah,
but that's just a
again,
usage
it's
for a situation.
linguistic, and it's who wants to admit what is actually happening with life. The moment you are conceived,
So
you are in the
paradoxes are
process of
linguistic
dying.
now?
Period.
Wait, so paradoxes are linguistic now?
No, that's not what I said. Hold tight.
Paradoxes don't exist. Paradoxes don't exist. All right,
I just said that it is a paradox.
Shines actually has a different.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up. Shines actually has a different view from you, Fundy.
There
She
is
actually
an
does say
ultimate
that
paradox.
paradoxes exist.
There is an ultimate paradox, and that ultimate paradox is that we are living and dying at the same time.
Why is that
is
paradox?
something
That's your
that is not
paradox?
even linguistic.
That's not a paradox.
It's a fucking reality. We are living and dying at the same exact time.
It's not a
There you go.
paradox. You're only saying it's a paradox because you're applying the colloquial definitions of living and dying to
it's not
like this non-colloquial
not
thing. It's not
linguistic.
paradoxical.
This has nothing to do with language. This has nothing to do with language. We
So
are
why is it a
living and dying
paradox?
at
You
the
just
same
said it
time.
was linguistic.
Why are
I said this
living
is
and
one that
dying?
isn't linguistic.
Why
It is
why is
not
it a paradox though, Shines? Why is it a paradox?
Because we are living and we are doing two things at the same exact time that are the exact
Doing two
opposite of
things
one
at the same
another.
They're not opposite.
Yeah, the way
They're
you
the same.
described
So how's it a
the
paradox?
way you guys described it were not opposite.
Okay,
I'm
no,
sorry,
wait,
but
hold
the
on.
way
This is what.
but
Wait,
the way
hold
that
up,
it was
hold up,
described
hold up,
was
hold
not
up.
Fundy
Noah,
said synonymous.
Noah, stop.
Synonymous.
Noah, give
Sorry,
me
the
a
way they were
second.
described was not opposite.
Noah, please.
Yes.
Okay, so Egypt, you said that it was two separate things. That living and dying are two separate things. Now you're saying they're the exact same thing.
No, he said it was synonymous.
No, I said wait. No, it's all about context. I mean, when Fundy explained it and said that it's a paradox. No, I'm explaining it. Yeah, I'm saying context is what. When you forego context, you can create a paradox. That's just linguistically.
My point.
That's what I initially said with regards to your point of paradoxes in reality. I was saying they only arise from a linguistic way of describing things that, like you kind of miss or boil down like a really complicated thing into one sentence. You can create a paradox, and that's it.
This is complicated. It's not complicated at all. When we are
Okay, so let me ask you this.
born, we are dying while
Okay.
we are living.
Great. Okay,
Period.
so life and death. Would you
don't
say
need
they're the
words
same
for
thing?
Okay,
Life and death? No, they're not the same thing. They're
No,
two separate
no.
things. But you are doing something while
hold
you're
up,
living.
Hold
It's
up,
separated.
Shines. How about instead of let's scrap Fundy's definition, let's scrap what we all think the definitions of living and dying is. How about you describe for us and define these two words, living and dying, and then tell us how it's a paradox that we're doing both at once. Thank you.
See, now you're trying to bring in a whole bunch of definitions and how many languages do you want? How does everybody
No,
views what
define
living is and what dying
the
is?
terms and show the
It's a very
contradiction. That's
simple
all
thing
I'm
that should
asking.
not even take
Define
language.
your terms and show what you've claimed.
You shouldn't
To be fair,
even
Shines,
need
you did
language
say it
to
was a paradox.
understand it.
Can you
Understanding is
define your
greater than
terms and
language.
show your claim and explain to us how it's a paradox, please? Thank you.
That's weird.
Hey,
You're missing
I
my
actually,
point that you need language for it.
hey Shines, I actually do want to attack you. You've been like you and Thomas have been on my side more than anyone else, but there's a small difference in the way I would put it than you. And I'm completely like I'm with you with your intentions of it all because I feel like we have the same understanding. It's just our choice of words that would be different in this case, and that I don't think there is such thing as a paradox, except for there's only one paradox, and that's the all. That's the totality of everything. It is the only paradox. So if you're talking about living and dying, that's not a paradox. And I know I've thrown out this word around a lot, but any event, thing that's happening, thing that whatever, those aren't paradoxes because what happens is just what happens. And what happens can't be a paradox because obviously it's possible and paradoxes are impossible. And so like living and dying isn't a paradox because it's just one thing. Living and dying is the same thing, yes, but that thing is just the thing. We should give it a new word like experience.
Existing?
Like the truth. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. What really happens is existing. The truth is existence. The truth is existing. But however, existing is living and dying. Like existing is living and existing is dying. That's absolutely true. But that's not a paradox. Oh fuck. I'm so
It's
sorry.
okay, keep going because I want to hear what your paradox actually is. Keep going, you're good.
Well, there's only one paradox, and that it's the overall totality of things. But any part of it isn't a paradox. Any part of it is actually the reconciliation of a paradox. There's the all, and then there's the way the all is processing and going about its like happening, and that's what I would call the truth. You know, the thing that's actually happening. Man, I lost my like.
Yeah, I'm
I
getting
had a
lost.
good way
I
of
don't
putting it.
understand what the paradox actually is in your mind.
Well,
So
I think I know what he's
any
getting at, but I still wouldn't call it a paradox. I mean, if let's say all things, there are two things that exist in reality. The whole universe is made of two things: one black, one white. So to say all is black or all is white or all is gray, all these statements would be incorrect. Any all of black and white. Well, yeah.
Well, isn't it like different understandings that are all correct at the same time?
Yeah, it is.
Is that what
In
you're
this
trying to
case,
say?
that's what it is, and that's why it's not a paradox.
So I would say that existence doesn't exist. Things exist within existence. Existing happens within existence, but existence itself doesn't exist. Right? There needs to be an existence for things to exist within existence. Just like there needs to be time in order for things to have beginnings and ends, but time doesn't have a beginning or an end. Things have beginnings and ends within time, just like things have existence, just like things exist within existence. They have a part of the overall existence. They aren't existence itself. They just exist within existence.
I would say time is within existence. Because time is the movement, which is within existence.
Which, right? Yeah, time doesn't exist though.
Yeah, so it's part of the movement. I mean, it is the movement, and that movement is what we observe with something existing.
Yeah, but anything you're gonna point towards has a beginning and end, but time doesn't. Existence, eternity.
Does it though?
Existence, eternity, time. These are unlimited things that are the infinite spectrum that things can be placed upon. Those are the those are the things you can actually describe in detail, give finite features to.
What's the time of something that doesn't exist?
Excuse me?
What's the time of something that doesn't exist? Where's the time in that?
What's the time of something
where's the time in something that doesn't exist?
Yeah, that would be timeless.
Exactly.
Isn't time just memories?
Is a part. I mean, time is a part of existence. It's a part of that thing that exists. It's not the metaphysical whatever. It's like, you know, inherent to the thing.
I think you're really failing at getting like what you're thinking across to everyone.
I'm saying that you're holding eternity and time and existence in the same hand, same category. I'm saying time is not like the others. Time is limited to the thing, right?
No.
It only exists within the existence of that thing.
No, you're talking about you're talking about periods, not time itself.
No, I'm talking about time itself. Time itself only exists when the thing is moving. Without movement, there's no time. It's timeless. So something has to be moving.
No, you're talking about things within time, not time itself.
No, because there's nothing within time, because time does not exist.
No, all beginnings and ends are within time.
No, they're not. Beginnings and ends are just movements within existence.
What is a beginning? I'm sorry, what?
It's just movement. When something's, you know, it's things rearranging and moving, and that's what gives us time. This passing, you know, moments passing.
Nah, that's a fail right there.
How's that a fail? Tell me how you can have something that is exhibiting time without having a beginning or without moving.
I can't have movement without time. That's fine. Movement requires time, but movement isn't. But movement isn't time.
Time is only, you can only have time with movement.
Are you sure? Because things can stay still. Wait. The things can stay still.
Sounds weird.
And not move, and time goes on.
Really? How do you know time's going on?
All right, this is how you
moving, right?
All right. Check it. You're focusing on movement, but what moves? So I understand. We talked about this the other day. Not maybe you and I, but you know the group talked about this the other day. Time is unquantifiable, unqualifiable, unquantifiable. It doesn't exist. You can't put these restrictions on it. But the way that you come to know this godly thing, this beyond, is through its two expressions. One is movement. One is like an object. Okay, so there has to be an object, and then that object has to move. And through your actual sensing of an object and that object's movement, that's how you come to approach the understanding of time. But neither of those things are time. Those are just the two alleyways you go down to approach trying to understand what time is. Those are the ways it expresses itself to you willingly, but not completely.
Okay, so I would agree with you for the most part. Instead of having time and an object, I would say you would need at least two objects, first off. Because if you have one object and it's moving and no other objects, you have no reference point, you don't know it's moving, right?
Well, this is a paradox because it goes down to what's the smallest thing ever, and forget Planck's or whatever, but one side of an object can always be considered something different than the other side of an object, and that results in the ability to spin. Whenever you're spinning, right, you can consider the one side of something that's spinning as different than the other side that's spinning with something in the middle of them. And so there is no such thing.
But then you're introducing yourself, the observer, as the other object.
Oh, no, just one object. There's one object.
How do you know it's spinning if you have no reference?
Oh, geez, what are you saying here?
If you have one object spinning with no reference point, you have no vantage point. You're not viewing it from any angle because the other object, the observer, doesn't exist. How do you know it's spinning?
Well, I'm just saying you can never talk about something existing alone because you can always consider one half of it its own thing connected to the other half of that as a separate thing.
So now part of it is moving, but part of it isn't, is what you're saying?
No, if it's spinning, there's always two things moving around a central point. And you're never going to give me one thing without a central point that doesn't divide that thing.
This sounds like some fucking Glober shit.
Okay, hold up. If the totality of it is spinning, then you won't be able to recognize movement from it alone. If one part of it is moving and another part isn't, relative, let's say one end of it has this spinning, design, and the other one, or it has a moving design or something like that, and the other one, the other side doesn't, or something like that. Sure, because you could treat them as separate, like basically parts, right? But if they're all symmetrically moving in conjunction, you're not going to know. Just like if you have two bodies, two actual objects, and they're both spinning around each other perfectly symmetrically, you're not going to know if that they're moving unless you have a third reference point.
Not at all. If you have one thing, that can always be viewed as two halves that are conjoined. Two things that are connected in the middle. So this is the whole thing. There's no such thing as there being only one thing within reality. Reality is the only thing that can be like the all. The all is the only thing that can be one thing. There's nothing that can be one thing within reality, just due to the nature of any component of it. Always has to have a left and a right, or a front and a back, which can always be considered two separate things that are just touching.
No, that's the last part is what you're wrong about, because that's where relativity comes through. If you have all these things moving relative to each other the same exact way, then you won't, unless you have to have differentiation. You have to have something that is not the same in order to discern that these things are moving. If everything's moving together,
or
it doesn't matter, unless it's
just length or size.
What?
Just length allows you to say half that length. Now there's a left and a right side. Now it's two things. You can't.
But that's not movement. Can never talk. That's just dimensions. What we're talking about is change of position of those dimensions. You need to have a reference point to recognize that there's a change of position within those dimensions.
Yeah, that would be the center of them.
No, but the center doesn't change position.
You're telling me that there's a one thing that doesn't have a center? You can't have one thing without it having a center.
Let's say you have a ball. The ball is spinning. The actual surface of the ball from the outside, the circumference of it, is moving in terms of 3D space, right? The center is not moving. But if you don't have a different thing, like the only reason that we'll know it's moving is because we're imagining it right now and we're looking at it from a specific angle. Okay.
No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong, because
if we didn't have any reference point, any point of view,
in reference to the right side of that thing.
But it's moving as well, so you don't know which one's moving,
or
whether both are moving, or neither are moving.
No, I understand what you're talking about as being a human in space traveling at 1 billion miles per hour. If there's nothing else that you can see or approach, it's the same thing as being still. However, you can still spin, which would make the left side of yourself something different than the right side of yourself around a center point, because everything in existence will always have a center. There's no such thing without two sides to it, minimum. Just like there's no such thing as a polygon without three sides minimum.
I'm not disagreeing with you. A ball has, sure, let's say it has two sides, the left side and the right side. That doesn't matter if they're both equally moving and there's nothing else to rely on. Not even no other reference point to know which side's moving, if any. Because they are moving together. It's one body.
No, they're not moving together.
All right.
They're always separate things.
You can define the left side and the right side as separate, but you can't actually say which one's moving more than the other without a reference point. You have to have this other thing to rely on.
The reference point is the center.
They're moving equal to the center, both of them.
Okay, that's the reference point.
So
you said it didn't exist.
I tried. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Everything's always going to have two sides minimum.
No one's disputing that. Sure, there's two sides, but if they're moving
two sides
together,
will always have a center.
Yeah, and again, there's no dispute there.
But a center will always be a reference point.
What's that?
A center will always serve as a reference point.
No, but not the reference point has to show. It has to show disjunction. It has to show like a differentiation. That's the point of having a reference point. But if they both react to the reference point in the same exact manner, then you don't know which one's. It's still relative. That's the point. If me and my twin, just to keep it simple, we're both flying through space towards the same thing, right? Then it's fine because there's actually, it's a bad example. Let me think about a analogy.
I already explained. If you're a human traveling at 1,000,000 miles per hour, but there's nothing to move 1,000,000 miles per hour reference to, then you're moving still. However, that doesn't mean that everything's relative and everything's still or just one single thing, because anything will always have two sides of itself. Length will always be an aspect of anything that exists, which will always give it a left and a right side with a reference point in the center to move relative to.
It's hard to think of an analogy because with an analogy you have to come up with another object or something like that. But the ball spinning is a good one. You don't know when the ball
everything's center will always be its reference point.
No, not if it's symmetrical, man. If it's one object and it's symmetrical, that's
especially if it's symmetrical. That just makes it easier.
If it's spinning, how is anything on the left side of the ball differentiating from what's on the right side of the ball in terms of distance or in terms of dimensions?
I think you can make it easier for him to understand. Let's just use a triangle. You and your twin are at 2 points of the triangle, and the third and final point is the center in this example. But forget the globe, right? Just a triangle. Now the two twins are spinning around that center point. So I can see your point about why that everything doesn't seem to be moving because the reference points are all the same. Yeah.
Case closed. It's settled. Thank you.
He was agreeing with me, bro.
Sorry, I don't know how to address you. No. I was actually supporting the other guy. I don't know, how do I address you? Do I call you Salam or Percentage, or what do I call you?
Percentage is fine, yeah.
All right, so I was actually supporting Percentage's point. I think the globe is confusing you, Fundy. So if you just use a triangle, right, you should be able to see the example clearer.
Sure. And what is the point? What's the overall point?
I don't know how we got to it. Oh, that time doesn't actually exist, and it's not on the same level as existence. Time is only movement within these 3D dimensions.
Time is not only movement. Time, if movement is involved, there has to be something that moves, which means movement and an object are the two approachable avenues to understand what time is. How you come to know time is through movement and through the object that is moving.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of the object, either it would have to be an asymmetrical object or multiple objects. But yeah.
No, it can be it can be the same object, because within reality, everything within reality that can move will always have a left and right side with a center point as a reference to divide them by.
Okay.
And base their movement off of.
Isn't time just our thoughts continuously passing? Like the reason, like we are conscious, so therefore we are continuously thinking, and therefore that we are continuously thinking, time exists.
No,
like you don't need movement. You're thinking. You are alive yourself. You are thinking. So I don't understand how it needs movement. I could be totally wrong. I could totally be wrong. I'm just asking questions.
That's a good one, but it's really tough, because how do you define time if no one's around to see it, right? If planets, in the heliocentric model, right? If planets really just do grow humans, right? Like humans grow out of like balls of dirt, right? Then if all humans die right now in our world, if all humans die and eventually some other planet somewhere eventually grows humans again, or say Earth is the only planet with life on it, right? Conscious life. If all humans die right now, and then 1 trillion billion years, a planet grows life again, makes some more humans out of it, then like how much time really passed between then and from now and then if no one was around to wait through it, right? Does time really matter if no one's around to like suffer through like the ordeal of waiting through that time? Or does all of that change happen in an instant because no one was around? Like, does a tree make a sound if it falls in the woods alone or whatever sort of thing, right?
I think you answered your own question with your question, because you said 1 million or billion years passed or whatever. So that means time did actually pass. Does it matter? No. But does it exist? Did it exist in that regard? Was there those moments passing? Yes. So it's not.
But
it doesn't hinge on people to think about it.
That's one-sided because Thomas was arguing the other. If there's no like thoughts going through anyone's consciousness, is time related to consciousness? And that all that time that passed between conscious and non and then conscious again, what's the difference between, say, that actually took up an amount of time versus that happened instantaneously, one after another, and the universe just rearranged?
What's the difference? One would be true, one would be false. That would be the difference.
That's not up to us though, because we're not there. We can't make that judgment if we're not there to.
No, if we have a reliable method, or tools to gauge how much passing, how much movement happened, if you will, then that's the truth. You can't. There's only one truth.
It's the same.
Like either these moments
pass
or
in
they
the forest
didn't.
and there's no one around to hear it. Doesn't make a sound. There's not an answer.
If a tree fell in the forest and no one was there, it still went from being upright to falling. That time passed in that regard. Yeah. It moved.
But did it
Even
make
if no one was there to appreciate it, it still moved. It happens objectively.
But did it make a sound?
You don't know if
it made it sound too. It scared away the squirrels.
There's no observers, including squirrels, that didn't make a sound.
If there's no one there to observe it?
Logically thinking, if you know what real life is, yeah, it did make a sound just because we didn't hear it. I mean,
well, you
know.
So.
Prove it, though.
Yeah, you're only hoping so. You're only hoping so. But what is sound without an observer? That's just change. That's just motion.
You're right.
That's just air moving. Is that necessarily what sound is? Is sound air moving? Or is sound involving consciousness into the equation?
Yeah, I guess you could only think that it would make a sound by past experience. So it's like, yeah, a tree falls and makes sound by past experience. If there is a tree that fell and I didn't experience it, maybe by past experience and my logical thinking that, yeah, it did make a sound, I guess. But I understand that if no one's, consciously or didn't, hear it, then I guess that's another argument for it not existing, I guess.
Tree would make a sound. I see what you did.
What color are somebody's eyes in a pitch dark room?
No. I'd say it does. I mean, but I'm like sort of agreeing with both sides because I'm insane. But yeah.
What color are somebody's eyes in a pitch dark room?
That's my point. Both sides are right.
What color are somebody's eyes?
They're both right, Bundy. Everything you say is right, Bundy. Like honestly, like. You're correct, and anyone who doesn't like comprehend what you're saying, it's just like it's weird.
Try one last time, Godric.
Thank you.
What color are somebody's eyes in a pitch dark room?
That's beautiful, man. I really like that.
You can't see color in the dark, so technically it's not a color. Even if they were in that pitch dark room, they're not.
Right, color is a conscious activity or conscious, realization.
It's an observation when there's light. If there's no light, there's no color.
That's beautiful, man. Wow. Nice.
I'll do you one better, Godric. What color are someone's? Given that color is the light that is reflected off the object, what color are someone's eyes?
You said you're gonna do one better. I feel like this is worse.
Did you even hear? Repeat what I said, Fundamental. Go ahead.
What color of someone's eyes in the dark if they're brown?
The percentage is making a point actually that the other the other points weren't true though.
I'll say it again. If color is what is reflected off of the object, that's what we see. Then what color are someone's eyes if they're brown?
I don't know, brown?
No. They're every other color.
So color's just
the light. The eyes are every other color. The only one that's reflected is brown. That's what's, not absorbed into the object, and that's what.
Okay, look. Who came first, the chicken or the egg? That's the ultimate paradox.
Okay. I love it.
Now atheists will say, "Oh, the
answer is God."
But how does the egg come from? What, light and heat?
I think the answer is eternity.
That's God.
The answer is the egg.
Yeah, can you demonstrate that for us, Kosho?
Yeah, eggs existed before chickens did, and sounds happen even when they're not observer dependent. Sounds happen regardless of observers.
Yeah, you're talking about evolution. You're talking about the philosophies of evolution and materialism.
No, I'm not talking about
How did
evolution.
the egg exist first when the chicken needs to exist for the egg to exist?
Because there were eggs before there were chickens.
Well, no, but the way an egg exists is through the chicken.
Not all
Thomas,
chicken needs to be there.
This is his materialistic evolution approach to this, answering this question. He's saying the egg existed before the chicken. However, what laid the egg wasn't a chicken because of evolution.
Yeah, that's insane.
Not necessarily
I'm
evolution.
saying that eggs
like,
existed before chickens did. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's just like it could be eggs from any animal. It's basically like a technicality that he's answering the question with. Like there were dinosaur eggs. They need not specifically evolve into chickens, but dinosaur eggs existed before chickens. So therefore, the egg came before the chicken.
Some other animal laid a chicken egg. I think is
not a chicken egg. That's the point. He's getting off the technicality.
No, that is
not
the point.
A chicken egg.
No, the chicken hatched from the egg. What laid the egg? Not a chicken, because evolution.
What? No, that's not. Well, anyway, Fundy, I don't know what's going on with you today, but.
I mean, I feel like.
Right, so the egg just grew by itself. The egg just formed by itself.
No,
evolution. How did that egg exist? Was it another creature? Hold on. Was it another creature that laid the egg, or did the egg form by itself from something else? And could you explain whatever that is that formed that egg, or was it another creature?
Evolution is not necessary for my argument whatsoever.
Very, very weird.
But
it's not that weird.
They are chasing your answer down, Coach.
Humans created the chicken. You understand that? It wasn't a chicken before we domesticated it.
It seems like you're not even like responding to my logical question.
I mean, I'm telling you plainly that evolution is not a part of it. There were animals before there were chickens, and then one day humans domesticated the chicken from an animal that wasn't a chicken. But before that,
he's
there were eggs.
chasing down the logic of your question, Coach, or your answer. So you said, eggs existed before chickens. So let's go to the earliest egg that ever existed. What came first? That egg or the creature?
Percentage. I don't know what's going on with you tonight. Percentage. I mean, really, what's up? Explain yourself.
Don't say the same thing I said.
Explain yourself. Percentage. Really, what's going on? I'm a little concerned. Okay, it's getting a little strange. Do we need an intervention?
But yeah, Coach Joe. So that's like he's basically chasing down the logic of that technicality.
Percentage. You're scaring me. You're not your usual self.
Is that the case?
Yeah, I'm concerned alerted.
Percentage. That question is a new question. Then I would say, out of all things, the thing existed before the egg. Yeah.
Okay, so the thing. So is it a different creature?
Yeah,
or
but
something else.
Question. That's just.
What are you talking about, bro?
We all know that the chicken, right? If there was a chicken, it was born from an egg. Do you want to give me an alternative scenario where a chicken wasn't born from an egg?
I agree.
So
chickens came after eggs.
Okay, so chickens are born from eggs. What laid the egg? Was it a chicken? Because now the chicken came before the egg.
Whatever animal we domesticated into chicken.
Hold on.
I already summed this up for you from the very first thing. I already summed this up for the very first thing I said at the very beginning. All you have is thinking that a different animal laid an egg that hatched a chicken from it. That's all you got. Evolution.
This is the case. It's not evolution. That's we domesticated some animal that was not a chicken, and now
what was the wild chicken called? Like the non-domesticated form. What was that called?
Hold on. So a different creature laid an egg with the chicken inside it, because when that egg hatches, there's a chicken inside, a biological chicken. That's what the chicken is.
Yeah.
So I want to know what creature laid an egg that's different biology from the layer. Like whatever laid that egg, it must have been different than the chicken, or different than the egg, which the chicken is inside.
If he doesn't want to use the word evolution, he's just going to switch up for adaptation, which you can't define. So, yeah, evolution, adaptation, whatever, materialism, perspective. Yeah, the chicken came after the egg.
It's like a wild form of chicken. You know, like a Scouser saying the word.
No, I'm not saying evolution. Yeah, dogs didn't evolve from wolves.
All
But
right, evolution or adaptation. Sure,
a dog was
adaptation and
born.
breeding.
A dog was born from a wolf.
All right, adaptation and breeding. That's your answer.
No, it's the answer to the question. The question is not a paradox because
it's a piss poor answer, dude.
Okay, so
piss poor answer.
It's a true answer.
Answer this question for me then. Dog is to wolf, as chicken is to blank.
I'm saying something called red jungle fowl.
Wolf chicken.
Red jungle fowl. Yes,
that's what I'm saying.
The wolf of the chickens.
Very productive.
So there's no domesticated red jungle fowls. On that topic, actually, are there domesticated wolves that aren't dogs? Because if so, that this whole thing falls on its face.
Speaking of paradoxes, your face is your butt, guys. You shit out your mouth. Boom. Point proven.
That was hurtful.
I was just trying to make fun
me
of
always
myself.
talking shit.
No. I was just trying to make fun of myself right there. Sorry, it didn't land. My bad. An entrance is an exit.
I didn't know you were into that kinky stuff, Fundy.
Any fence or wall that keeps something in is also keeping something out. I should have said that opposite. Walls keep things in out.
In and out.
I'm drunk sober right now. Can't tell I'm not.
I want to say, Coach Show, I think your brain is warped if you think an egg came from what? Light, clay, and heat?
No, he said it came from the red jungle fowl.
Oh shit, now we're really fucked up.
That was the wild chicken, and chickens are domesticated. So the egg
came from a wild chicken, so it did come from a chicken.
That's what he's saying, yeah.
Shit, I thought he was saying the egg came first.
He did, He said after it hatched, they domesticated it. And so the chicken came after the egg. But it's just like, it just knocks it down the road, you know? It doesn't address that argument.
That's what Aaron Ross said. Aaron Ross said the egg came first.
Like, if you imagine the very first egg, right? That creature, the egg that belonged to whatever creature was very, very first. Then what came first? That egg or the creature that egg is, like, you know, specific to?
And that new formed question is like I told you, in that new formed question, the creature came first.
But how did the creature, like, come?
That's the question we don't know the answer to yet.
Well, this just goes into God creating everything, because obviously nothing didn't create everything. I mean, the Big Bang is complete nonsense. So, I mean, whatever the argument is, it all stems from God. Like, no matter what anyone thinks, it is God. It is the creator. It is intelligent design. No matter what, that's what it is.
Yeah, but the Big Bang doesn't claim creation or something coming from nothing.
Well, creation itself is intelligent design. We can observe that through intelligent systems like nature and our bodies itself, which we have organs and we have parts, you know, intelligently designed to complete its task. Like, we have legs to walk, you know what I mean? Like, we have a heart to beat, to live. We have lungs to breathe. Like, this is intelligent. So all I'm saying is that just this all leads back to God, no matter what we're talking about. Like,
there's this hashtag on Twitter. Hashtag on Twitter. It's like hashtag no design, and people just like post it with like these photos of animals that are just like the design is crazy impeccable, like works of art, each and every image. And yeah, it's just been going around for the past few months.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, because reality is perfect, and it functions within itself. It's perfect. It can't just be random nonsense. That doesn't make sense because there's intelligence within and reality itself. So I just want to know, like, where the information came from itself. Like, people want to claim chemicals and all this and that, but even within the chemicals, there is information for those chemicals to complete its purpose and its task. So it's just like, at the end of the day, it's like atheists are just like totally like illogical, like completely illogical. Like, I don't understand.
No one's saying anything that you say. That's the problem.
Ho, mole man. Oh, hello, mole man. Hello.
The fuck?
Why are you imitating him?
Jeez,
but no, I just
weak,
mole man.
Because
I say
his opinion.
It came from God.
His opinion doesn't matter. His thoughts don't matter.
What?
Man, someone's getting the car stolen outside, and they still haven't dealt with it.
Just man to man, mole man. Like, I don't see why you think your thoughts matter.
I mean, that's your weak ass opinion, and I don't care.
Come on, guys.
Well, guys, what the fuck did I do? Fuck off, percentage.
You hopped in. You said no one believes what you believe.
Because your energy, is gross, mole man. Your energy is disgusting. You have gross energy.
Because everything that he said is.
Come on, man.
What he said is nothing that any atheist says. So that's the problem. I just said what is facts.
Oh, you were talking about atheists. Okay.
Yeah, because he said that atheists think that everything comes from nothing and information comes from nothing. It's like, no.
then what happened? Then tell me what happened.
Oh,
I just want to know what you think.
No one knows.
Oh, okay.
No one knows.
Oh, good. Okay, fair enough.
Hey, Thomas.
The logical answer is God.
Well, Thomas, even though I'm not afraid of involving God in things, I also, to respond to your previous statement, I don't think this place, whatever, this, right, came. Period. I don't think it came. I think
he's one of those weird ones that believes that the Earth is eternity.
I think that what we're a part of is something that always has been and always will be. And people who think that it came think it's going to go. And they're looking forward to some sort of Messiah coming back at the end of times and the universe is going to end. And I mean,
well, Fundy, when you say that, all you're doing is basically making Earth your God.
I'm not. I'm much broader in my use. I'm more profound to just limit God to such a simple thing.
All right.
So, no.
So let's say you have your concept of God and you have Earth, and you hold both eternal.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference.
How?
When I say God, that includes the beyond.
Okay. So God is.
So there's here, right? So there's here, which is also eternal. Here is eternal. Here is something that always has been and always will be. But there is more than here. Here isn't everything.
I'm with you. Yeah, there's an afterlife, what have you. I agree. Okay, so
God is everything here and everything outside of here or beyond here, especially not in a location sense of here and there or here and then outside of here. No, it goes beyond outside. The only word I have to come close to it is beyond.
That's fair.
So
are you saying that Earth is a part of God? It's the here part of God?
There's nothing that isn't a part of God.
Okay, so then I'm correct in saying that you're making your Earth God, or just a part of God. Everything that exists on Earth is part of God.
I could say the fungus in my belly button is a part of God. It doesn't matter how much you want to degrade it to any minute part of the all and the all beyond the all. Yeah.
Okay, but when you say it's eternal, it's here in eternity. The fungus, it exists, it ceases to exist and stuff like that. You could say that the energy that,
Not really.
is
kind of
eternal,
dissipate,
but
just
it
kind of
isn't
spreads
eternal. The
out.
fungus isn't, right?
Well, no, it is.
The fungus is eternal.
Yeah, it's the essence of the fungus is eternal. It will just transform and transmutate.
Okay, so
Spread
the energy,
apart, reconjoin.
yeah, so the energy is eternal. So when you say
If you
Earth
want to
is
use
eternal,
that term,
do you mean the
I'm not
energy
using
of
that
Earth is
term.
eternal?
You're putting words in my mouth using energy.
Sure, we'll say essence. The essence, that which was formed and rearranged to make the fungus, and then that which was rearranged once again when the fungus, decomposed or died or what have you, that is eternal. But that happens with everything in Earth, right? So are you saying that the essence of Earth is eternal and not Earth itself, just like the essence of the fungus is and not the fungus itself?
We haven't talked about what we mean by Earth yet, but in short words, how I can imagine you mean that, in a sense. This. I just like to stop it there. I mean, that's how I like to put it. This or here. Here is eternal. This is eternal, but this isn't everything. Even though this is everything, there is a beyond this. And God encompasses this and the beyond. So I don't worship here as God, because this would only be the actualization of God and not the potential of God. And God is both what is potential and actualized.
Yeah, that's cool. I would appreciate if we could kind of like dissect it a little bit, because I have an issue with you attributing Earth as eternal. So if in reality you're saying the energy that is constantly rearranged again, to make different matter.
Before you do that, again, I said we haven't agreed on the word Earth yet.
Which is why I was like mentioning the essence of the thing versus essence of Earth versus Earth itself.
Yeah,
but if you'd like to
tell me
define
what,
it,
just tell me what Earth is.
The matter, all of the matter that exists.
Oh, so you don't consider the place where matter is inhabiting Earth?
No.
Oh, well, that's what I consider Earth. I mean, Earth is it's the realm, right? We're in the earthly realm, the mundane realm. Earth is the same thing to me as the universe.
Okay. But space itself isn't an actual thing, right?
Yeah, but space, like incorporeal and corporeal, to me, do have a common foundation.
Which is?
The ether.
Define the terms as you're going, because like tangible, sure.
Yeah.
But intangible,
ether.
What's the ether? Okay, so you're saying basically that there's no such thing as empty space. Space is actually something, which is the ether. Electromagnetism, is that fair?
And space isn't the ether. Space is one of the expressions of the ether. Okay. And ether is only a part of God, because the ether is, in a sense, and whenever something is, there is beyond that. And
okay, so let me change my thing from matter to that which is physical.
Oh yeah, I don't worship the physical, so I don't worship Earth. If you mean the Earth is in the physical, no, you are completely wrong saying I consider God and the physical Earth the same thing. That's just weird. I never even.
I wasn't saying that. I was asking you whether
you literally said.
I literally asked you whether it was the essence of Earth or Earth itself. If we're saying Earth is physical, then my question is is the essence.
Okay, I'll let you get away with it.
Again, I'm just rephrasing my question with your definition.
It's recorded. I'm just saying. I'm going to let you get away with something right now, so we can move on.
All right. So the question is,
so you think
that which is eternal? Is it
is God or
the essence
like
of the physical, or the physical thing itself? You're saying it's not the physical thing. So I take it to
no. I'm not. No. I'm not excluding anything. Everything is an expression of God. Even the things that aren't expressed, the beyond expression. But like I said, there's nothing that isn't a part of God.
That's not the question. The question is, what is eternal? Is it the essence of the thing or the thing itself?
Well, those are the same thing.
So the fungus, if they're the same thing, then and the essence is eternal, then that means the thing is eternal. meaning the fungus is eternal.
Yeah.
But it's not. You agreed that it wasn't. So.
No, the fungus is eternal. It's just that in the form that you refer to it as fungus, that's just one expression of the thing. The thing that
that's
the
what a fungus
is. Well, yeah. I mean, there's conventions and there's arbitrary standards, but when you point to, if you point your finger at anything before we give it a name, right? If you take your finger and we're side by side, you point to something, I'm looking at it, you say, "Is that eternal?" I'll say, "Yes, that's eternal."
Yeah, but then the actual thing itself has form. The form is not eternal, right?
Oh yeah, form is always changing. Sure.
Mm-hmm. So the essence of the thing.
That's a geometric fluctuation. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. The rearrangement of matter and elements and what have you. That's fine.
Yeah. Eternal flux.
Absolutely.
Eternal flux. Eternal flux of the essence.
All right. But so this essence is what's eternal, right? And sure, even the flux therein, you could argue is eternal. I disagree.
Everything's eternal.
I feel like you keep on going back to things that we just addressed. Like the form isn't eternal, and now you're saying everything's eternal. It's not really helpful.
No. See, form is eternal.
The form of a thing isn't. That's why it takes
form. No. A form isn't physical. A form is geometric, and a square is everlasting.
Okay, but the physical
form
of an object, square. The physical form is not eternal, correct?
Change is a constant. So, yeah. So, I mean, expressions are fleeting. Sure.
Okay, I don't know how productive this conversation is, but I'm just going to end it by saying I believe the only thing that is eternal, or the only infinite that exists, is God. There is no infinite in the physical world or in anything that we observe other than God.
So you think that the world's gonna end? Oh no, everybody look out. The world's gonna fucking stop existing.
I do think so, yeah.
I don't think that. I don't think that.
Oh no, look out, guys. It didn't happen before. It's never happened before, but it's coming for you. Watch out.
The world will never end. That's a fact. But I do think that eternal was created. Like, yes, it is eternal and it's never going to end, but it was created. Like, I don't think existence was always just existence. Like, that's just what it's been. Like, that just doesn't seem logical to me. But I also think that, I don't think reality is going to end. I think once it's been created, it's created and it's eternal, and that's fact. So yes, it is eternal. But it stemmed from something.
How would you know if it's going to end or not?
God was existing, right? God was existing, and then nothing existed besides him. And then one day, even though days don't exist and time doesn't exist, he said, "About time to create eternity." I feel like it now.
God is the eternity. He didn't create eternity.
I'm in the mood. Oh, that's my point.
Okay, if that's your point, that he created an eternity, how does an eternal thing create another eternal thing? When creation denotes coming from no existence to existence.
No creation. Yeah, there's no such thing as creation. There's just eternity and the eternal God and the eternal expressions of God, and however he expresses himself.
Okay, but to express yourself denotes that you're going from previous expression to new expression. Right?
Yeah, that's flux, eternal flux.
Sure, but that flux had to exist within this eternal being. So how does an eternal being flux change such that it creates another eternal thing?
No creation.
Fine. How does it express itself without time to express a different eternal thing?
There was always time.
How do you what? How's there time with?
Can we all agree at least that what we live in now, existence itself is at least it's intelligent design, like what we are living in is intelligent?
About that.
I can't get a word in edgewise, so I'll just give up.
Well, okay, yeah, give up. Hey, Fundy, a percentage. I just want to know, like, to be honest, I don't really know how to like make arguments well. I'm just trying to figure this out with you guys. So I just want to know, like, I think it's intelligent design, and you guys are debating like on this God subject. I just want to know, like, do you guys both think that it's intelligent design at least? Like, at least the existence that we're living in is intelligent?
Absolutely.
Because if okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead. I'll answer afterwards.
I was just gonna say, well, I don't know if I'm right or wrong or not. I'm just, I'm not the smartest person in the world. I just want to know that like, if it is observably intelligent, you'd think that something intelligent like ourselves, who can process the intelligence could, created this, like, in a sense. Like, does this statement make sense?
Ooh, no.
And this is a little bit, hold on, I'm about to say a statement right now. That's not what I meant. I just meant like a creation cannot be created without a creator. Is that make sense?
Within reality, that's true. But what applies to things within reality doesn't apply to reality as a whole. Things have beginnings and ends within time. Time doesn't have a beginning or end. Things are created. Go ahead.
Time does have a beginning.
Well, that's why I asked. That's the
began
reason
with
why I
the first
asked
thing
if you
moving.
think it's intelligent. Because if it always has existed, so existence itself is just naturally intelligent. Like, that's kind of the question.
Yeah. So all is mind, right? God is everything, and this is so God is intelligent, right? And God has always been expressing himself eternally. And so this isn't intelligent creation. This isn't intelligent design. This, what you're a part of, is the expression of intelligence itself. So there's no doubt you're going to see intelligence around you, because there's nothing but intelligence. All is mind. This is the eternal expression of intelligence itself.
You said God has always been expressing himself eternally.
Yeah.
I have issue with that for two reasons. Number one, you're assuming that, like, you don't know that God has been expressing himself eternally. You assume that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not for sure.
And number two, you assume that expression is the earth. That eternal expression is the earth. It could be a different expression that's not part of this realm whatsoever. So there's two assumptions there that I find issue with.
Well, if you want to find an issue with it, I can't blame you for thinking differently. But I'm happy that you have come to understand how I feel, because, you nailed it, man. That's exactly what I think.
Is it possible that there's another realm altogether that God was expressing before Earth?
I think this is the thing, but I don't know.
Is it possible?
So, yeah, maybe.
Okay.
I'm not the one to say, but I could imagine so, I guess.
I'll take that.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I'm only here to tell you what I think, and I'm not gonna say like I know this, because you'll definitely be able to record and never come across me saying so. I know that this is the I'm not like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no.
For the record,
hold on.
I don't personally believe that
Okay.
God did express himself with a different realm before or whatever. I have no kind of claims to that.
Oh, you either?
No, I was just pointing out
together,
the logical kind of like the assumption that you were making, even though I don't necessarily believe it.
Well, I'm not making assumptions, except I'm just telling you like where I'm at right now. That's what I think. Yeah. I think Go ahead. Sorry, what was that?
I was just gonna say, like, no matter what our views are, we all agree that God exists, right?
I
Or
think
are
there's
you
nothing.
saying something else.
Yeah. No. I think that there's nothing but God.
I might disagree.
I disagree, but I can't talk because there's so many people. So.
Go ahead.
Well, here's the thing. At least we agree. At least we all agree that God does exist, and I think that's very important.
There's some people that are misguided. Some people that are
I was just
misled.
being
Like,
bypassed. Like, yep, we all agree.
yeah, actually,
Even though
you're
I
right.
said no.
Moman just said he agreed too.
You're just retarded, Mo man. That's all. You're
Welcome,
just
Oh,
an idiot.
there we go. This is what I meant, Shines. I can't talk in here because of, I mean, there's no
I'm a
moderation.
victim. I'm such a victim. Oh.
Thomas.
Oh no,
Moman,
it's all
I left
good.
the floor for you. Go ahead if you want to express
No,
yourself.
no, it's all good. I'll let the children run the
Then
play.
shut up.
Yep.
Go
You
for
can
it.
express yourself enough to say you can't express yourself. There's an issue there.
That's a paradox then.
It is a paradox.
There you go then. Welcome to the globe.
There's a Hermetic text, I think, called the Kabbalion, and I can't pull it up for you right now or post it, but it puts a pretty good argument and reasoning towards the idea that there's not something over there and God over here as something separate completely. That there's always that there's nowhere to be but within God, and that anything of a sort or of a substance is of the sort and substance of God. And to me, it's the best worded explanation I've ever seen making that point. And I'm not doing a great job, but the Kabbalion has it written in there, and it's a pretty short book. I'd recommend everyone to read it. It's a good read. I'd also support, as long as you're explained to it by the right person, the 7 Hermetic Principles written in the book. Yeah, I'm down with those. I'll stand by those for now until someone convinces me otherwise, or myself. I don't think I need to ask a mic check, but go ahead and mic check me.
You're good.
Okay.
I can hear you. I'm just typing with other people about creation and creators, and I find it interesting. This is another thing I just replied to, and he was talking about diamonds. Like, what created the diamond? Was it, would you say, carbon, heat, pressure, time? And I was like, creator, it can go all the way back to creation. Another paradox. Creator, who created the creator? But people like to play like there are no paradoxes, or that it's just something that we haven't figured out yet. So what is it? Like, what created the creator? What are these things? Like, these are.
I don't think like if you're talking about God, it can't be created. It just has always existed. Well, it's not temporal, so even it exists.
Beyond.
So you don't agree it's intelligent. So you don't agree that life itself is intelligent? Yes or no?
He didn't say that, man. He didn't say that.
No. Because he's an atheist, but he also thinks that life is eternal. So I just want to know that leads up to my logical question: that is reality intelligent or not?
I've never said that life is eternal.
Oh. So you said it always existed. That's what you just said.
No, I said science was talking about a creator. So if she was talking about a god would not be by definition created. It wouldn't be a god if it was created. I was just talking about the definition of a god, not about my position.
Did reality always exist, or was it once nothing and then was created? Which one?
I don't know. I don't think nothing can exist because
you don't know a lot.
Sure, and you know a lot, but you can't show anything. Yeah, I know it. It's not tough for me. I can say that I don't
smell
know.
manipulation. I smell something fishy with that guy.
Oh sure,
I mean it's you're being a little tough, man. You're being a little tough, Thomas. It's fine, but.
Well, no, I mean he's not answering any logical question, and that's just a fact.
No, but you haven't asked a logical question yet.
Okay, I'll ask it again.
Sure.
Okay, so did existence always exist, or was it created from something?
That's not a logical question.
That isn't a logical question, but it's a good question, but it's not a logical question.
It's a good question. I don't know because how can existence not exist? because then it would not be existence and therefore not
no
exist.
shit. That seems separate to what I'm saying because it already exists. We know that it exists. So I just want to know: is life, is existence always just been? Has it always just been, or was there once nothing and something happened to create matter itself? This is a very logical question.
Yeah, but you're not talking about matter. No, you are not talking about matter. You're talking about existence existing, and that's weird.
I smell. There's something weird with you.
No, but what do you mean with existence existing? Like, what's existence?
Matter. Okay, then I'll change my words. I guess you gotta like focus on my words and not like
Sure, but matter and existence are two different things.
So,
hey Thomas,
so
I'm also trying my best to understand you. I'm having a little bit of a hard time. So yeah, let's do this different.
Nobody knows the answer to Thomas's question. Kojo, you're correct.
Give it to us the other way, man. Yeah.
Do you want to know about the matter, or?
What?
I mean, huh?
You said you had a second way to ask the question. I want to hear it.
Well, no, because he's like, oh, existence isn't matter. So okay, so I'll just ask it with matter. So was matter always existing, or did it be created by something and did not once exist?
I don't know.
I mean, if you don't know, that's fine. If you don't know, that's fine.
Well, earlier it wasn't, but sure. I mean, I would say I don't know, but then again, it could be that energy has always existed in some form, but I can't make any claims.
I'm talking about matter though now, but now I'm talking about matter.
Hey, Moman, they say that not a single atom had ever. I suppose you can stretch the word and say fused together. Fused, not a single atom had ever fused together. After the Big Bang, so a certain amount of time had passed, and then the sort of like vibrational heat energy, I guess you could say, like did something enough to calm down to the point where you could say the universe was too hot until it cooled down enough to sort of like Jello or like freezing anything really, right? Something is liquid because it's hot, gaseous, and then it has to cool down in order to solidify. And that's what they say about matter once upon a time, with the whole Big Bang thing, right? That matter didn't exist, atoms didn't exist, that it just sort of
energy,
weird energy stuff.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about. Yeah, but I'm not sure about that. I can't make any like truth claims about any of that.
Don't you find it similar though to say something like a body of water, a bathtub, a cup, a lake, or whatever, right? And you smack it or throw a stone in it.
It was such a long time. It was such a long time between the Big Bang and matter.
Wow, dude. I really don't appreciate that. So when you smack a surface of water and it's disrupted, it's not solidifying, right? It's more solid when it's calmed down. You could compare that to. And so, don't you find it similar in that sense to disrupting the surface of a body of water?
I don't. You were kind of lagging a bit, so I didn't completely like. What's the analogy? You touch the water and there's waves.
We're talking about the first occurrence of matter existing in the universe.
Yeah, almost immediately after the Big Bang.
You could say that. Yeah. Milliseconds, nanoseconds, whatever.
Thousands of seconds for helium, maybe a minute for hydrogen, and
what Big Bang?
The Big Bang, the start of the universe.
I love it. Okay. But then it's like Jello, right? You got the liquidy mix that you stick in the
a lot
refrigerator.
Hotter than Jello, but that's not a bad analogy, but significantly hotter than Jello.
How can you have a Big Bang if everything was in one place? It'd be so much gravity in the first place. So no.
Oh, that's true, but there was inflation that happened. So.
Yeah, inflation. Good.
Yeah, some of the rules were a little bit different in the first few minutes of the Big Bang.
Right. Bend physics, change physics so it works out. That's why gravity didn't work out.
That's called observational physics. Yes, exactly.
Gravity doesn't work out.
I think it's weird.
That's how science works. Yes.
Things don't work, and you add inflation. Good.
Thank you. That's how science works. Exactly. Welcome to the
But I think it's weird that I'm not talking to anyone specifically on this room, but people who are creationists usually talk about the uniformity of nature, even though they have God making miracles, so nature wouldn't be uniform. And then when we say that, yeah, there was a point in time when the laws were different, and then they say, well, it's not uniform, you can't do it, there's laws. Those laws has to be followed. And it's like, well, you don't follow them, so I guess we could bend them a bit.
It's not uniform because you need a creator. You need an intelligent designer design something intelligent.
You
That's
don't
why.
actually. No, you don't actually. That's the watchmaker fallacy.
Itself.
Yeah, I know. I've heard the watchmaker fallacy before. I mean, it's good. I mean, it's okay.
Look,
We know how
I'll
watches
give you
are
another
made.
one. Henry Ford took a Ford motor and took all the pieces apart.
That's just another watchmaker
and rolled it
fallacy.
around. He said it will never come back together, no matter how long you roll it around.
That's just another watchmaker fallacy.
Yeah, I don't even take it to anything specific. I just noticed the fact that there is such thing as organizing and advancement, development, concepts.
I have this
Just
magic
a miracle in itself.
I have this magic device in my house that's doing reverse entropy. Maybe you've heard of one. It's called a refrigerator. You know, it's creating a field of reverse.
But that's not
entropy.
It's not net though, right? From a more inclusive perspective.
Well, it's actually
not accurate.
It's creating a place of negative entropy inside my house
Yeah.
as we speak.
Yeah, a limited temporal spatial place. I'm with you.
Where
You
negative.
can
Where entropy
imagine
is
it though.
negative.
That's a great way to conventionalize it and standardize it as a way of speaking and referencing about. I see where you're coming from, but it's a little one-sided.
I think there's a problem with some people talk about thermodynamics and they just don't sort of understand them.
No, there's
like
not
the
a
second
flatter.
law. Yeah, the second law applies to isolated systems, and I mean the only one that we assume exists is the universe.
Yeah, flat earthers know very little about the laws of thermodynamics. They always.
Yeah, but there's a ton of globers who don't know it.
That's true. It's a difficult concept.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about it or complain about people
I don't
that you dislike?
I definitely don't want to talk about thermodynamics with flat earthers today. Thank you.
But they like many globers too, they just think that the closed system and isolated system are interchangeable, but they're not. It's totally two different things.
Well, I think it has a lot in common with everything else in the sense that it operates by pressure mediation. I find that to be like a metaphysical and a physical, like
pressure
all inclusive
mediation. What the
yeah,
fuck is that? That's just something you just made up.
I think no, and I think you need to chill. So pressure mediation, in another way of putting it, is seeking balance or equilibrium.
Which is sort of entropy.
Well,
pretty much.
Yeah, it's very related to that. And like I said, those were ways of putting it. There's a more essential point that they all converge at there, which I like to refer to as pressure mediation.
Which is just something you've made up, right?
I think it's just
Not
a
really,
new term
no.
for pressure, just sort of seeking equilibrium, but I see a problem with that it doesn't happen in nature usually. I think that's the
You ever seen two vessels of water where they're just connected by a tube from the bottoms of both of them? One has more water, one has less water. What's going to happen, right? The waters are going to level out if the circuit is closed. The water can flow through.
Oh,
so
I don't think you're talking about pressure now, because usually with pressure
that's really called water pressure. and they also have to do with air pressure inside of the same like container, unless they fill it with water.
But in nature, we always have pressure gradients, so they don't equalize out. Never.
Yeah. That's called an ideal. That's what things are aimed towards, but never achieve.
But they're not even
Complete
aiming.
neutrality. No, that's where everything's heading towards. That's what everything does. That's entropy.
But in nature, it isn't. Like if you have ocean.
It's literally everything about nature. There's nothing that is like excluded from that.
Yeah, but the bottom of the ocean will always have higher pressure than the top. It doesn't change. The pressure difference will always be the same.
No. Eventually, you're just not thinking long term enough. Eventually, the universe will depressurize so that there's not hot spots or more condensed spots and more rarefied spots. Like you're just not thinking long term enough. There's definitely a process that is going to need to go through, but that's what it is seeking in the end is pressure mediation, even spread out everything.
But that's now you sure. I mean, I sort of agree with you that the entropy of the universe will. Yeah. But the pressure mediation isn't happening in the oceans right now, or in the atmosphere, or places like that.
That's all that's happening in all those places.
Well, no, because the pressure difference will be the same as long as there's water.
Yeah, like I said, that's short-term thinking. It's in a position, but it's working itself out towards pressure mediation. It's not going to be denser anywhere than anything left, right, up, down, and any sort of reference frame space. Like the universe is heading towards equilibrium, completely spread out.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Let's say in the
you
ocean.
said it'll always be that way. The problem is you said this will always be that way, and that's where I have to tell you no. It won't.
In the big scheme of things, it will. But like some flat earthers say that because there's the second law of thermodynamics, you can't have pressure gradients because high pressure moves to low pressure always, and it's like no, it doesn't. So I thought you meant
technology. Oh, there's definitely technology that you want to limit it to not like a net sense, but a particular sense. I already agree from the start. You can go against that idea of like natural flow, but of course, I still lump you into nature. That's one of the options, but in a net sense, there's always going to be loss. There's no complete returns ever, except on a universal scale. Well, that's not personal. That's universal.
I think Moment's point. It's okay, Moment.
That's okay, cool.
No, I think Moment's point though is that even though he knows in the grand scheme of things, entropy will increase in environments like the ocean, for instance, there's no path to that currently. It's not like it's on that path. Like the pressure gradient in the ocean isn't decreasing or changing or anything. It's it's behaving as if it's behaving as if that is always going to be the case as long as there's water there and the mass of the earth and all that stuff.
And even if let's say I have a container of water that is 10 meters long and let's say 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters. I have it on the side, and then I pop it on so that it's standing like 10 meters high. There will be a pressure gradient formed because of the weight of the water, and it shouldn't if pressure always seeked equilibrium, because why would it form then? So that's kind of what I meant. That they're always going to be the pressure gradient.
Matter is observably present in the form that it's at, and I can't tell you exactly how it got to be the way that it is right now, but whatever disposition it began in, whatever the case, it is in the process of getting out of this current situation it finds itself in. It's condensed. It's in weird splotchy patterns of density in peculiar ways. It's fascinating. Life would be like life, biological activity, whatever, right? Or you could even argue that inanimate materials, metamorphosis, different action it does, rocks cooling, evaporate. It's all beautiful too. But you know, it's not something we can really claim to understand any ultimate reason for how it came to be this way. Like, we're a three-dimensional space that we experience. It's hard to argue otherwise, but like, I've never seen a two-dimensional being. Is that even an option? And if it was, things sure would be different. I've never seen two-dimensional beings on a wall somewhere that just live on the side of a flat wall or something. But I can't tell you why there's 3 dimensions or why I'm a three-dimensional being. That goes a little bit beyond science. It's unfortunate that way that you can't test for that.
I would say, yeah, the question why is out of science. Like,
that's a good
why
one.
is there three spatial dimensions? I mean, I can't even begin to think of an answer. It's like, why don't we have 5 spatial dimensions? It's like, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. Could it even be possible? I guess it's somehow, I don't know.
Well, we all like to imagine, right, that there's like 4th dimensional beings. Or
I think we are sort of that because we exist in time too, and time would be the 4th, but
sure, for maybe there's a 5th time that I can't even imagine, or a 3rd variety. But say a 5th special edition dimension, or 3rd. You got time and 3 spatials, and it's like, well, what's the difference between having 4 spatials and still 1 temporal versus having 2 temporals and still 3 spatials, or a 3rd variety that's something, well, maybe beyond our imagination, but perhaps more accurate. I don't know. It's tough. They say a 2-dimensional being could never imagine what it would be like to live in 3 dimensions, but that's a funny one because I actually don't necessarily have a good argument to defend that with. It's like, if I was a 2-dimensional being, I'd totally be able to imagine living in 3 dimensions. I got this. I just think of it.
So explain to me what a hypercube looks like.
So it's like when you're there and here, but it's just what it is. Because you ain't gotta be like that.
4-dimensional cube looks like a hypercube.
Yeah, man. There's a feeling.
I've tried to wrap my head around it. It's just not possible.
There's a feeling associated with it, and that's your bridge towards leading to a land beyond your imagination, just like spiritually, or just like pure consciousness.
What if you only lived in maths?
I don't know what that means.
Me neither, but I guess that could be possible too. It's just a point. 1-dimensional point.
Yes, it was.
Well, you would be all-knowing because you'd be 1-dimensional. You'd be everything. You'd be like God of your own, of that 1 dimension.
I have already.
I kind of relate that to my current experience here, even though it's 3 or 4, however you want to put that. I kind of like thinking about it in a way I heard someone put, where it's like there's the paint, and the paint is the paint. It's the real deal. And then someone throws the paint at a wall, and none of it drips or explodes off the wall. It all sticks to the wall. But it's got a bunch of squiggles and details about it spread out on the wall, and that's like the expression of the universe that it might deem that little appendage of it That's Mole Man right there. And eventually, that appendage that sticks out as some sort of prominent feature might get like that material absorbed back into the collective, but it's gonna continue. Or maybe it dries. That'd be the end of the universe. I guess it dries. But that, these things, that universe expressing you in particular lasts as long as it lasts, and then gets absorbed, but it's still the same thing that's gonna end up expressing it in some new head popping out of it. And it's like a flow of that. I really like that idea. I definitely entertain some other ideas. Kind of disagree with it, but that one kind of makes me feel good in a sense. So that's why I like it. You guys have any thoughts on that sort of stuff? That it's sort of like, yeah, I definitely feel like comfort in that idea. Some people feel comfort in reincarnation. Some people feel comfort in like getting to heaven. Like, oh yeah, I got this. And some people are like, oh, I'll just come back around for another spin around the roller coaster. I'll stay on this roller coaster ride instead of getting off. And some people say, ah, shit, no, this is it. But then the same thing comes along with it. It's like, oh, but this is it. So it's like, I mean, this is all it really is. I ain't got to worry about anything, because in the end, I won't be worrying about anything. It's funny, man.
Well, in the end, you won't be able to worry, will you? If this is it, or if there is something else.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to be what it's going to be. But the different concepts of what is going to be. Some people have a picture of walking through the pearly gates. Other people have entering another dimension. Other people have a notion of reincarnation. Sorry?
What do you like? What do you like?
Me, I have a resting place for my soul. I see my soul as a energy source, so to speak. I don't, and that resting place you can call heaven, for want of a better word. But I don't see myself in the physical form, going around and dancing around on the tops of fluffy clouds or whatever, or the Garden of Eden or anything like that. I don't see myself in a physical form, spending eternity whatsoever. My soul, I will, but my soul is just an energy source, point, my energy, and that will go somewhere just to rest itself, and that's it. Yeah, that's how I see things.
I think a big difference between you and a lot of people is that you give a sort of particular dignity to like consciousness or the soul, versus it just being some sort of byproduct of like chemical reactions, like a fun amusement or happy side effect or happy consequence or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm with you in giving it that kind of respect. And I know that's like, I can't really explain to someone too well, like make a good case for it or whatever, but when I hear someone say my own thoughts out loud to me, it's like, oh yeah, I can definitely identify. Me and you are on the same page. But sorry guys, it's like you think this way or you don't. I don't know.
Exactly.
I have a respect for something that I have never seen before. Yes.
And I saw. I think it was might have been my boys. But anyway, I saw something. I saw a clip with the creation of life when the the sperm meets the egg, okay? And when the sperm meets the egg, there is a spark. All right.
I've heard about that.
There's a very definite spark. Now, my boy showed me this years ago. Actually, they said, "Oh, Dad, you got to check this out." And as soon as I saw it, the first thing that popped into my head was, "That's my soul. That spark is the creation of my soul right there." I saw it.
You know what soul means in Spanish, right?
No, got no idea, mate. No.
That's the name of the sun.
Oh, really? There you go.
Yeah. The light, the spark of life. What is a spark? It's like
yeah.
It's a spark. A spark is a sparkle, and sparkles are twinkling stars.
Yeah.
It's
Now, when I saw this little clip, I can't remember now if it was computer animated or whatever. I can't remember. Right? It doesn't matter what it was really. Or like I said, Fundy, all I remember when I first saw it, the first thing that popped into my mind, there is the creation of the soul, right there. And it was crystal clear to me, really. Like, I had no doubt about it whatsoever. I've had, I've actually had conversations with people in regards to their soul. What do they think it is, and where it is. And so many people, say their heart. Their soul is in their heart. To me, your soul is all of you. It's in every part of you. It's not.
I feel that way too.
Yeah. It's not located just to one particular region, like your heart, your brain, or anything like that. It is absolutely everything. And like, furthermore, like when it comes to your brain and how you think, I don't think you are thinking in your brain. I think you are thinking throughout your whole body. I think your brain is the mechanism to send out electrical impulses to make your mouth move, to make your tongue move, to make your fingers, to make your arms move, to get everything to move. I think that is the driving engine. But your thoughts actually in your brain? No, I think your thoughts are actually part of your whole body, a part of your whole soul. I don't think they're located in your brain whatsoever.
They admit that neurons are in your heart and your stomach, and I also heard that taste buds, despite what you might have been told, right? Your entire throat and mouth cavity has taste buds on every part of it, and you just kind of get directed into a way of thinking sometimes if you don't do the work to just like I don't know, look into some things that you heard about. That's definitely one of them. The brain in relation to consciousness and thoughts and experience and feeling. And I'm with you on the mechanical aspect. Like, there doesn't seem to be a doubt. We got some measuring devices, like electrical impulses for sure. But you know how did you know that mushrooms in a forest that are like kind of similar to each other in the same area, it could be miles, but the mushrooms are little heads, little reproductive heads that pops out from the real fungus. It's just like a membrane of like connections under the soil. And like mushrooms aren't some sort of independent like thing that just sprouts up like a tree. Mushroom heads are just little sprouts that come out of like some underlying like internet. It's pretty little nodes. Yeah, nodes.
Something greater, something like a greater mushroom that you can't see. And that's like it's okay. It's like your arm, right? And then you see all the little individual hairs on your arm, but it's still part of your arm. Yeah. You know,
the thing is, your head has all 5 of your senses located at it, right? So like the place where you look out of is right next to the place that you hear out of, and right next to that you taste out of, and smell out of, and look out of, and even feel out of, and the rest of your body gets the feel out of. And so there's such a concentration we can put on, be like, oh, my life is occurring in my head or something, you know, or my thoughts, like you said, or my soul, or whatever. But what we're really referring to is actually a physical feeling of tension, and we associate tension with attention, as in consciousness.
Yes.
And if you're hurt somewhere on your body, you all of a sudden feel like that's all of a sudden the focus of your consciousness. Like, you get seriously wounded, it's not like you even know, like if someone's even like scratching your head or something, your entire consciousness is now located in that like most fixated conscious point, which is crazy, and maybe relates to the idea of harnessing that in the way people do Tai Chi, trying to like move their like energetic body in some sort of flowing pattern. I don't know. I don't know anything about Tai Chi, but it feels maybe like they're harnessing that attention, which is so powerful, I think. I don't know. I've always wondered if you focus on giving your wound healing vibes, does it heal faster? Like if you pray towards your own body, in a sense, heal. I don't know. I've never tried it.
No, I've never tried it. You know, I've seen people do it. I've seen clips of people do it. And I've seen clips of groups doing Tai Chi. And it's funny you should mention, you know, the Tai Chi, because just watching someone do Tai Chi, Fundy, just watching someone,
I get it.
It's a very peaceful thing to actually watch something. It's like you're getting some of that energy yourself just by the notion of watching it.
It's like radiation. Like radiation.
It radiates, exactly. It radiates, and then you become part of that energy, that aura around it.
How fun!
You know, yeah.
That's a really fun thought, and I can't deny that you're calling me out on how it makes me feel. Yeah, I feel the same way, man. I can't deny it. I really can't.
There you go.
What a funny thing. But the same part of me really wants to believe in like this one clip where someone is like putting their hand over a wad of paper and catch it on fire with their Tai Chi.
Oh, yeah.
And I've seen, I mean, if people could do that, I feel like I would know by now, for sure.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah.
The fact that it's that suspicious makes me feel like, God, that's probably a hoax. But how I want that to be true.
Yeah, you've got to.
I want that to be true so bad.
Yeah, you got a glimmer of hope that it is still possible. It is still probable. Yeah, I get it.
I got a dream in my heart, man. Come on.
Yeah.
I used to have dreams as a kid. I don't know where this came from, but I've had this is probably my most reoccurring dream I've ever had in my life. It just happens from time to time, all the time. And but it used to happen a lot more than it has lately. But I take my hands and I flex my fingers really hard, as if I'm squeezing a ball in front of my chest.
Yep.
And then I see and feel like current, like passing, like arcing between my disconnected fingers. They're like maybe 2 inches apart, but like I transfer it from one hand to the other. There's no direction really, you know. It's just like a connection was bridged, and it's such a reoccurring dream that's so like there all the time, so vividly, that for the longest time I would definitely tell myself sometimes like, no, that was like a thing I did. Like I did that. Like not a dream. I did that. And I wouldn't always follow up claiming I did that with trying it, which is cowardly. Okay, that's cowardly. That's like some sort of human part of me that like I want to believe in something, but I'm not willing to test it. But that isn't to say I never tried it. And of course, every time I tried it, it didn't work. But the reoccurring dream happened so often that even when I tried it and it didn't work, I convinced myself that it just didn't work that time. Because no, I got this now. But that ended, and I can only think now, being more mature and saying that's definitely dream stuff. I don't think I ever did that. That's not to say there's not meaning in like some sort of thing that's trying to tell me about that action. So I don't know where that's coming from in me. And it was really funny. A guy named LaPointe came on the other week, and he wanted to tell us something that we weren't necessarily too attentive in. I paid a little bit of attention, but he was trying to guess something out. And I was telling everyone to like close their eyes and imagine a ball, and he put his fingers just like I did naturally, from my dreams. And he came in from some sort of teaching. I don't have the clear memory of it because it didn't go that well. Him talking about it, but when he was telling us about something he wanted us to do, he's like, imagine there's a ball that between your hands in front of your chest, and you're expanding it and contracting it, and try to feel yourself squishing like a big cotton ball between your hands in front of your chest like that, with your fingers spread. And I never really like used the like separating, coming together. I just always focused on the like flex, like come on, lightning, come on. He was taking this different approach, where it's like separate and then combine your fingertips further and closer together, and try to imagine a ball of energy between them. And it wasn't exactly the same, but it was close enough that like kind of, I don't know, sparked something in me to, I don't know, bring it up to you, I suppose, to, just share that with someone. Kind of, yeah. It was kind of interesting when that happened. I don't want to share that.
Yeah, it's funny, like, we're talking about energy and soul and all that sort of stuff. My wife is right into, energy and crystals and auras and all that sort of stuff, spirituality. And she's a big one for feng shui, and the way you set up a room, to have the energy flowing through it in a very particular way. And she is very OCD when it comes in regards to setting up a room and what is in the room, and how things point in a room, and having that energy flow through it a very particular way. And I muck around with her head all the time. Like, we've got a fireplace with a mantle, and I'll move things, or I'll move a chair a slightly different way just to bug the shit out of her. Right, like I can be a prick at times, I must say. But having said that, having said, like, the bedroom, everything is set up a very particular way, but when you are actually in the room, you do feel it. Like, I don't know if it's something in the subconscious, because she says she has done something, right, and she's going to do it and whatnot. But the way she sets up the room, and like if you sit in the couch on the couch and whatnot, it does feel so much more relaxing. And I've tested it, because it's just like, this is all bullshit. So we moved a few things around, and you kind of sit down and you go, oh yeah, it's kind of not quite the same vibe. Now, whether or not that's because the room doesn't look the same, I don't know what it is, but the way she sets it up, and she's got books on this, on this sort of stuff, plans and whatnot, and she follows it verbatim. The way you do have, whatever you have, like on your mantelpieces, or the way you point the pictures, the pictures on the walls, what sort of images you have on what sort of walls, and this and that, and
I got
the
a question
third.
for you.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
I don't know if you have restaurants around you, like certain restaurants I have around me, but the ones in particular I want to ask you if you have around you is the type of restaurant where you go, you get seated, some person takes it to your table, gives you a seat, sits down, gives you the menu, and around you, no matter where they took you and sat you down, there's just a whole bunch of just shit on the walls, pictures and just all sorts of decorations just coming off every single way. The walls just covered. Would that drive your wife crazy bananas, or does she appreciate a sort of messy feng shui at the same time?
No, it's busy. It's too busy for her. It's too confusing. Yeah, no, definitely. It does her head in.
Doesn't that sound like a type of OCD a little bit? Like it has to be a specific way, otherwise I can't be calm.
Look, I don't know, Shines, if it's that, possibly because I'm always making fun of her. Like we've got some friends around the corner, and their home is just an absolute fucking war zone when you walk in, and she hates going there. Like, she absolutely detests going there, because we'll go around there, like they're beautiful people, right? And we quite often, once a week we'll go around there, and the other week they come around to our place for dinner.
I have a question. Is it dirty and unhygienic, or is it just not feng shui kosher?
Yeah, no, it's messy. It's not dirty. They are not dirty people, but they are just messy. Like when I say messy, it is just like it's a dead set war zone when you walk in there. You're stepping over things. It's not dirty. You don't feel dirty, gritty, and grimy, right? It's just they're hoarders, all right? A bit, and everything's just a cluster. Like they've got pictures on the walls, and none of the pictures are straight, sort of thing. Like in the kitchen, all the herbs and spices aren't in jars. They're just like packets thrown all over the bench, type of thing. Not in order, and not kind of like stood up in a particular way. Like she is OCD like that. She likes things like neat and tidy. Definitely.
I love it.
Yeah, but but also, like I said, pointing a particular way, and the energy coming from the room, going out the room, you're pointing towards windows and having doors and furniture like set up in a very particular way. She hates coming into my garage. Absolutely detests coming into my garage, because the garage is my zone, babe. There is no feng shui. This is anti-feng shui, this place. So enter at your own risk.
I got a strange question for you.
Yeah.
It's a real odd one. I'm not even sure if it's worth it. I'm gonna give it a shot. It's completely hypothetical, but how would you imagine your wife would feel about setting up those convex mirrors so you can see around corners? Ever seen those on streets?
Yeah. I know the ones you're talking about. Yeah.
Hallways, like they're in hospitals sometimes, where people are running through hallways. Whatever.
Yeah.
How do you think she'd feel about if you put some of those up. You think that would add to the feng shui? Because it kind of like it definitely like it's very valuable, right? It's very purposeful. You'll never run into someone coming around the corner ever again. Right?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
It's a beautiful thing, but is there something that would like make it a no-go for her?
Actually, I could not tell you one way or the other. I know when it comes to mirrors per se, the mirrors have to be like dead set in the center of the wall. They can't be 1 centimeter to the left or like, which tries to be absolutely balmy. Like when we renovated the bathroom and all that sort of stuff, and had to put the mirror in there. And I'm just about to drive the screws in and all that sort of stuff. She's there with a bloody tape measure, checking everything to make sure it was the exactest. Baby, it's right. Yeah, no. You know, measure twice, cut once. That's what you always tell me. I go, no, it's not about cutting. I know exactly what you're doing. You don't trust me to get it right. That's exactly what you're doing, babe.
Oh boy, I got something. Right next to my front door, I got a mirror to like check myself before I leave the house. You know,
yeah,
right next to the front door. But it's made out of a bunch of hexagons, and all of those all the hexagons are mirrors. They're about the size of your fist or whatever. I got about like 15 of them, just kind of connected to each other. So there's lines in the reflection. It's even worse, because each of the hexagons is like bulbous, kind of bulges. It gives you like a warped mirror effect. But it's a real fun, like it messes with like how you're able to see yourself in a perfect mirror clearly, but it's still functional. But it's like the least functional mirror possible. It's like going to a fun house, but it's still something I put up and I use, and I just fucking go about my day just not caring, not having a care in the world that the mirror I check myself in the morning next to my front door is just it's awful. But I don't know, I don't really care if there's certain awful things in my life. I'll get around to it when I get around to it, I suppose.
Pretty much. Yeah.
As long as it's not bothering me too much. You know? Like if there's a crooked thing on the wall in my place, I may never get around to fixing it. I put it up once. If it gets crooked, I don't know. If I'm right there and I actually bump into it myself, and like, oh, yeah, I'll fix it maybe. But nothing bothers me like that. However, I do have an appreciation for feng shui. Nonetheless, it's still something I'm like, oh boy, if I went to a hotel, or every once in a while I put my house in order. It gets out of order, but every once in a while I sort it out. The little things. But
all that
I
positive
aim towards
energy,
feng shui naturally, I think.
Yeah, all that positive energy, the feng shui and whatnot, is kind of a core ethos, and it's
kind of natural.
And it is very natural with her, and it's actually a beautiful thing to live, right? Because I myself am quite chaotic and probably let a lot of negative energy into my life unnecessarily, right? Just with the realms that I'm in, with what I talk about, this, that, and the third. But
it's inevitable.
Exactly, which she is. We can talk about. We talk about everything, like all the stuff that we talk about in here and in other channels and stuff. My wife and we talk about all these things, but she doesn't take any of it on board. Like, she listens, we conversate about it, but it doesn't interest her. Like, it's not about you whatsoever. She'll listen, like I said, she'll give me her opinion on things, but she doesn't absorb it. She doesn't want it in as part of her energy. Like, we're talking about, the next great apocalypse, who's running the world, whatever the case may be, what is the world, these sorts of things. These sort of things are just beyond her comprehension. Like, she doesn't need to worry about these things. She just needs to worry about herself and her own space and her own her own world, and it's all about that positive energy. Like, depending on the time of the time of the year, we've got this beautiful succulents outside the back door, and then for about a month every year, it has this gorgeous little this golden yellow like a tubular flower. It's a pretty little flower itself, but it attracts a particular bird, no other bird, and it's this little blue wren. It's the smallest little wren, right? It's a particular breed of wren.
It's very nice.
But it's very nice, and and the succulents is covered in these flowers, and first thing in the morning, you'll have anywhere between 12 and 18 of these little wrens flying around, just eating on the
It's very nice.
on the nectar. But what
Do
she
they
does?
damage? Do they damage the plant?
No, not at all. Not
It's
at
good.
all.
Okay.
But what she does though is, because where the plant is situated as well, she opens up the door, right, and lets all that energy into the room, because she thinks it's all positive energy and it will flow into the room, right? Which is just, it's
I love it.
gorgeous. Yeah,
I love
it
it.
is. It is
That's funny.
absolutely gorgeous. Like, she's a gem. She's an absolute gem.
Oh man. Oh, that's great, man. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
great.
yeah.
It's really nice, when you see things flourishing and people put up like hummingbird feeders around me.
Yeah.
Because there's no denying, there's absolutely no denying. It's a beautiful thing when you got some hummingbirds. It's such a sight to behold coming around you, or any sort of bird. Lots of nice little creatures. It's very curious. I think just something I don't think about when I just got me in my backyard, and just imagine the whole universe of life just in this like small area around me right now. Untold life forms all around me. I got some plants, I got some trees, I got squirrels, probably got rabbits sleeping in some hole just a couple feet away, a possum or two, a raccoon, some moths, some flies, gnats, some worms, some snails, some frogs. There's crickets, right? Ants. I mean, there's probably some termites on the next house over or something. There's birds that come every day. I got pigeons, actually. Pigeons stop by my backyard every day. It's cool. My neighbors actually chopped down a tree that a lot of different animals used to live in, because they wanted like a place for, I don't know, cooking on their grill. They put a fence up or something. It's weird. They cut off a space that like everyone used. It was just between two houses, and they didn't build a new house between the houses. They just put a fence up between us. Kind of, I don't know. It's really uncalled for in my opinion, but it's whatever. I think the case was that the landlord kicked all of the apartment renters out of it and sold it to one family as their house sort of thing, and they decided they wanted to claim what was theirs with a fence. But there was a tree there, and that's where I was like, got a little uncalled for, because they did not need to chop down this perfectly like healthy, amazing tree. But they did it anyways. I have no idea why. Maybe they didn't want to rake their yard twice a year or whatever. I don't know. But that upset me. Someone chopping down the closest tree to me in my backyard. That's a place I could gaze upon, every day, seeing just some, new variety or repeating customers, right? So it's really funny. There's possums. They climb up really high. They climb up really high in trees and just chill there like they're hiding or something.
They do. Yeah.
In the tree branch. That was a sight to behold. And there was also this owl that would stop by, and some hawks that would be there all the time. And now I don't see as many hawks. I don't see as many eagles. I don't see as many owls. I don't see as many possums and trees. That one tree got removed, took a lot away. And I almost feel sorry for the animals more than me, because I know that was like one of their favorite spots, like a daily routine, you know, as part of their daily routine, because I saw them there every day, you know, at least one of them.
Right. Yeah, it
And
is
I hate that. I hate that so much. And
It
you know
is
what
a
that's not
shame.
doing? That's not doing feng shui with the outside of your house.
No, not at all. Not at
That's
all.
that's anti feng shui.
Yeah. It's equally important both outside and inside. Definitely, definitely, and getting that flow, and having it all united, and in harmony.
That's it, man. I was talking about pressure mediation earlier, like things seeking balance, and I also talk about like fractals and as above and so below, but harmony is just like on that same level. Like that's a big one, right?
Yeah.
Harmony's crazy.
Exactly.
You know, one of the 7 hermetic principles is rhythm, and I feel like you can kind of use those interchangeably a little bit, rhythm and harmony. But harmony is a beautiful word on its own. That yeah, that's just one of those things. That's just one of those words. Honestly, like I want to give a round of applause right now to like the word harmony. Like nice one, English language. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. And you definitely you need that balance, don't you? And you need that harmony in your life.
It's funny it has the word harm in it though, because it's like the best. It's like the best thing ever.
But and I truly do feel my wife and I, we are polar opposites. Like we're totally different personalities. We see things totally differently, right? I wouldn't have it any other way. Yep, I
That's
would
a
not have it.
synchronicity for me.
Yeah,
because just 3 hours ago, I heard someone say the exact same thing as you just said.
Yep.
Me and my wife are opposites.
Yep, totally polar opposites, and it is funny, because everyone has their moments. Everyone has their moments, but it is funny that when you are in the presence of your opposite, right? You don't even need to. There's no words that need to be said. I think once again, it's about that energy exchange, Fundy. Right? I really do, right? Because if you've had a day and it's got underneath your skin and all that sort of stuff, I find myself that when I'm in the presence of my wife and we give each other a hug, I feel energy. I feel my energy balancing out and once again becoming in harmony. And I don't.
Fuck yeah, dude. Dude. That's great.
It just happens naturally. It's like this equilibrium because your balance could be so out of whack, and your energy level is up here because you've been thinking about this, you've been talking about this, or this has happened to you, right? And all of a sudden now, I'll go inside and just being in the presence of my wife, and then we give each other a hug or whatever. All of a sudden, it's like high pressure next to low pressure, and you release that valve, and bang, it just equalizes instantly, type of thing. Like it's a very, it's a beautiful thing to have in your life, and I wish everyone had it. I wish everyone can find it. I wish everyone could realize it. And it's very, very simple. To achieve. Well, maybe not. You got to find the right person, but
of course.
I've definitely found the number one person for me, and it works every single time. And then all of a sudden, now your balance, your harmony is in feng shui, right? Everything is equalized. So now, whatever was bothering me, right, or her, right, now we can talk about it. But you talk about it differently, right? You now you don't have the emotion behind it. You don't have the drive, the aggression, whatever has bothered you. Now you're just talking about it as a fait accompli, like, oh well, was this, that, and the whatever, and you just talk about it. But yeah,
Let me tell
it
you something
is.
funny.
Yeah,
I got the same feeling. No one understood it when I said it that night, but like I was in some sort of Discord talk, right? And it wasn't as pleasant as the one we're having. It happens. And
yes, yeah.
so I walk in my backyard, go sit down on the couch, and my cat is in that room. I didn't know, but I sat down, and all of a sudden I see my cat in front of me. And my cat gives me those eyes, and without saying anything, the question was asked, like, what are you doing? And then everyone else was on the same level as me over some silly topic. And my cat's eyes looked at me, and I immediately said to everyone, my cat called us all faggots just now because we're being gay.
Yeah.
We're all being big old fags right now.
Yeah.
We're gay as fuck. What the hell are we doing right now?
Exactly.
My cat looked at me, and I said, "Uh-oh." And everyone was like, "What are you talking about? Your cat just called us all gay?" I'm like, "Yeah." And no one got it because people, I mean, people, I don't know, people get carried away. I guess that's all that it is. And that includes me because I got called out myself. And maybe I'm even doing something extra right now. I don't know. I'm having a great time talking about some shit that doesn't usually get talked about. I don't know. We're going places with this conversation. I've enjoyed it.
I really do think so. Like, and I get caught up in it. I suppose you worry about the world, don't you?
Yeah,
And what's going to
exactly.
happen. And I've got kids, I've got grandkids. I worry about what the world is and what the world is becoming, and all that. I see, like, you'd have to be blind Freddy to see. To not be able to see what's happening. And so, I do have concerns for the future of what my kids are going to have to go through, what my grandkids and what my great grandkids and further generations.
Yeah, man. There's a part of myself that I'm not afraid to show, and it's a small part of myself, but it exists, and that part is my terrified part. It's like there's a small part of me that's a little terrified right now.
Yep.
And life is uncertain. That's something we all have to accept. That we're in control, so is everyone else. Who knows? And there's just as much to worry about, like not getting hit by a car, getting robbed, as there is the whole world going to ash. But at this particular time, it's like we're getting fucked with on turbo drive. You can't go a month without like it seeming like there's a new thing to be terrified about. And I think it seems a little artificial to some strange degree that I can't get to the bottom at. And but I don't know. This doesn't feel natural to me. Just saying.
No.
And
See,
I don't like it. That's all.
My wife looks at things quite differently, and we quite often talk about things. She's, because her attitude is, like I said before, Fundy, is I'm not worried about that. I don't want to be worried about that. Right?
Will be all right.
Yes,
Everything will be all right.
I am worried about my world and my immediate environment. And
that's great.
And if I worry about my immediate environment and I get my immediate environment right, that will trickle out to the greater environment. So her attitude is, right, which you can't flaw her logic at all, right? Because if everyone was like her and if everyone worried about their own particular environment instead of an environment they have absolutely no control over whatsoever, that would trickle out, and all those individual environments that are right would make a greater right environment. And that's the way she sees things. That's the way she sees things.
There's
And
nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. And
no, not at all.
There's not really any. There's no way that isn't correct. I think that's a great plan for a human to operate by.
Yeah.
And that might be priority numero uno. But there's a long list of chores, but that is first things first, right?
Yeah.
That's the start of it all, no doubt. And before you move on to anything else, get that right.
That's the starting point. And my rebut to her has always been like, well, you've got to be aware of these things, babe. Like, you can't just put your blinkers on and go la la la. They're
That's
not
also
happening, right? You've got to be aware of these things too that are happening, and you have to be aware of the deception and the lies in which these powers are trying to push you. Like these these influences they're trying to put on our kids and on our grandkids and on their children. Like these greater powers are trying to influence their environment. So you can't just dig your head in the sand and go la la la, they're not happening, because that won't work. You have to be aware of them. You have to know what's happening. Yeah.
So first things first now. Now we're here, and that's been said, right? So now first things first after that. Speak the truth. That's the easiest. Don't say lies if you know better. So, when you're going to ever speak about this, maybe you should spread the word. If you don't choose to spread the word, whatever, just whenever you happen to say it, at least speak the truth. That's like the great, very fast contagion that can be put to use. Spreading the good word. And then after, you speak the truth, that there's still a problem. But, spreading the word kind of gets people in a mindset, and hopefully that comes along with some motivation to do something about it. And that's tough because the opponent is a very organized thing. I don't understand the complexities of its organization, but instead of saying the Illuminati or the devil or anything like that, it is a little bit appropriate. The way I've heard it put before from actually a cartoon, but it calls it the organization. The thing that's against you. There's a channel called Quantum Contract. He calls it the not milk. Yeah, I like that too. I use that sometimes, but another way, the organization, the evil organization, if you want to call it that. And you don't stand a chance representing the force of good or harnessing the force of good if there's a lack of organization, which requires cooperation, because you can only play your part. But you gotta play your part, because there's some song that says like "Ain't no rest for the wicked," right? And whatever that song is about, it does point to the idea that like you go to sleep, so that's a disadvantage. That's a predicament. So evil's always trying to get you, and you can even take it metaphorically that it's not just when you're like sleeping unconscious and dreaming that you're asleep, representing the force of good. It's whenever you're not actively like exuding the force of good, like when you're just like playing video games. You know what I mean? Of course, I'm not going to say people shouldn't enjoy their free time to some degree, or whatever. But I like to say it in this sense that when you extend the idea of I versus like the individual to I as the universe, then the word self-responsibility takes on a whole new meaning when the self is the entirety. And self-response, the ability to respond to the self, that's honestly kind of what your job is. You're like Noah said earlier, you're going to be presented with options and you're going to have to make a choice. But like that's like I said, you have to respond to the choice. You kind of have no choice in the matter, but to respond.
You got to navigate your way through those choices and through those temptations that are in front of you, because your life is just full of temptation, full of choices that at any one particular time you can turn left, right, or go straight ahead, or you can take a moment, pause. These are the choices that you have, and to be aware of these things, not let them consume you. Because like I said, my wife and I are polar opposites. I probably let these things consume me a little bit more than probably what they should. Whereas she's a bit more blasé about it. I know about it, but I don't really want to know about it either.
I got a dark thing to throw on you, man. I got something dark, because we're being so positive. I got something dark for you.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
Vampires draw their life force from another's life force. They suck the life force from one thing into themselves and use it as they steal the life of another in order to fuel their own life. Zombies eat flesh, and they hunger to kill and hunt down and eat the flesh of other things. And that's exactly what we are if we're meat eaters, and I eat meat myself. I eat the flesh of other living beings, which is literally the same thing as stealing their life force to absorb it into my own. And so we're all zombie vampires in like the cruelest way possible, not even in any of the cruel ways, like being immortal or like being able to transform into, like, none of the cool ways, just the bad ways, just the things that we hate about vampires. Oh, they suck the life out of others. Zombies, oh, they eat flesh, and they want to bite you and eat your flesh. That's pretty gruesome that the two most popular monsters out there are just like, that's who you are. And or if you're meter, and there's still arguments we made for plants, but you can like pluck a fruit from a tree and the tree doesn't die, but you can't eat the arm of an animal, that the animal dying or regrowing another apple or arm, you know what I mean? Like there's definitely a more wholesome nature to picking fruit that the plants offer you versus killing another. But hey, I mean, it's funny, I'm not the only one doing it. All the animals out there, they're eating each other. All the meat eaters out there, fish eat fish. Cats eat birds, and so that's a difficult position. And like, no doubt, I'm open to the debate on that subject. I might be convinced someday to stop eating meat because I respect so much of where they're coming from, but I'm not there yet. I'm not, and I'm not even sure I want to be there. Kind of fucking like eating meat, but I got thoughts about it. I got unsettling thoughts about how I'm a zombie vampire, literally, and I'm so.
Yeah, I've never. Look, I must say, I've never really thought of it that way myself, and I've actually never heard that analogy. This is the first time I'm hearing it. That I'm a zombie vampire, which is a bit perturbing, to be quite honest with you, Fundy, that I'm a zombie vampire. But
it's not fun. Honestly,
no. But having said that, even though we do eat, fish and meat and these sorts of things, I do a lot of fishing, and a lot of the game and all that sort of stuff that we eat. We do eat in such a way that it's a whole snap the tail mentality. The fish, like the whole thing. My wife, for some bizarre reason, loves fish head soup, which I just find absolutely just the thought of it absolutely churns my stomach. Yeah, no, because when you see the big pot there boiling and you see eyeballs floating on top of the water, there's something psychological I just cannot bring myself to actually. I have tasted it, right? I've done the right thing. I've tasted it, and I said I will taste it, right? But if I don't like it, I never want it again. But yeah, but having said that, when when it comes to anything that we eat,
how was it? How was it? It was bad, right?
It was fucking disgusting, as I thought it was gonna be. It was disgusting. It was foul, and it stinks.
Oh, no.
It absolutely stinks. The house just reeks of fish heads. It's like, what? I'm there opening up the windows, turning on fans, turning on the ceiling fans, spraying the Glen 20 everywhere. It's insane. She just laughs. She absolutely laughs. When she cooks her, but the same thing, if we're eating beef or deer or
Doesn't that
these
mean
sorts of
something,
things,
though?
we actually eat the the whole thing, like all the organs and all that sort of. I'm not a huge one of the organs and stuff, but my wife does make a nice kidney pie. She makes a really beautiful pate out of the liver and stuff. The head, eating the cheeks off the head and all that sort of stuff. The brains is something that we don't do. I can't do brains actually.
Yeah, that's a delicacy.
Yeah, apparently so. But I don't know. It's just something about it.
Starving African children. Eat that brain.
Exactly right. You can keep a whole tribe going for 3 months on one of those brains that you've just thrown in the bin. Yeah, exactly. But we do try to have a little bit of respect for the especially now, right? Not so much, in my younger life because I, like everyone else, and like we still do occasionally, like you go down to the supermarket, you buy stuff, you'll buy meat, you buy this, or whatever the case may be, and you know that the animal hasn't been respected in any way, shape or form. Like this in the back of your mind, right? But life is what it is.
Yes.
Sometimes you do what you do.
Stop reminding me. I don't want to think about it.
But
you're right.
Well, like I tell my wife, I said, if we eat sausages, right? Everything's in sausages. You got pig's snout, pig's ears, pig's tails. Everything's all ground up into one, babe. So we're probably respecting the animal. That's what I tell her, anyway. And yeah, I tell my kids all the time because they like hot dogs. And I go, you're eating pig's ears and pig's snouts in that hot dog there. They just look at me, like they glare at me because I'm trying to make their stomach curdle when I tell them these things.
I got something to make your stomach curdle. Joe Rogan did an interview with this fella who I'm not sure what he does. I suppose he does a little bit of visual art, paintings, and maybe stuff like that. But he definitely does some weird stuff with his life because he told a story about going and living with some tribe in Africa and them all chasing down a baboon primate. And how proud everyone was, and how he brought like granola bars with him that he tried to live off of the whole time because they were all down with eating stuff that he just would not try. And it's funny, right? The brains to you guys is similar to just like the idea to him of like the baboon at all, And to me, I also I can relate to that. There's no telling what I do to survive. I've never been in that position. I'm starving.
Yeah.
But and maybe that's the position they're in. But at the same time, I have to ask, like, why the hell are you living in a place where your only source of food is baboons? Like, you can't go somewhere else.
Exactly.
So maybe the world's a place I don't understand well enough to ask that and be right to ask that or whatever. But I don't know. Are there people like actually living in the desert right now? Like, do they need like caravans of water every day to be brought to the village? Like, are people living? I don't know. I feel like there's some, or maybe that's not true. I don't know.
Mate, look, I don't know. Never looked into that. But
You ever been to a desert?
Oh, we've got some deserts here in Australia, but they're not like deserts that are in Saudi Arabia or anything like that. They are quite different.
It's a funny place. America's got some deserts, and they can kind of look like that for a little bit, but it's not quite the Sahara. You know, that's like that's a weird place, and I've heard some strange things about what might be underneath that sand. Just saying.
Yeah. It looks pretty harsh, that sort of environment. But just to round up on the food thing. Like, to me, food. A lot of the food to me, it's the textural component of it. If I don't like the texture of it, I just can't get my head around it. Like brain, like the taste of brains doesn't turn me off, right? But it's the textural component. I don't like it. It's like jelly, right? I hate, like, I love sugar. Like the sweetness of jelly, I love. Right? I love the sweetness of it, but the texture of jelly, I can't stand it. I can't stand the texture in my mouth. I find it repulsive, really, which is bizarre.
I felt that way. I felt that way for the first time today. Actually, that's a very interesting synchronicity. For the first time, I was handed a pastry in the morning with just jelly just on the top of it, and it was just straight up jelly, like on top. It was kind of strange. I've never been one to put jelly on toast. I'm just more of a butter on bread sort of guy for toast. But I grew up thinking it was a little weird for jelly. I might have tried it a few times, but when I was just handed a pastry Danish today with just a big heaping glob of jelly on top, I actually ate around it. So it's really funny to meet you expressing that sentiment today. When I had a moment like that earlier, where jellies do seem like, I don't know, like I just want to avoid it. But I also felt as a child growing up that all white creams were to be avoided. Like any sort of creamy substance that's white, I did not like that. It gave me the creeps. It disturbed me for some reason. Like it's white's such an unnatural color, I suppose. Maybe was where I was coming from. But, have you ever heard of Miracle Whip?
Yes, the can cream.
Yeah. I definitely had feelings of that very strongly. I also didn't like. I've never really liked like ham sandwiches, and but around me, people were eating ham sandwiches with Miracle Whip on it, right? And both of those things kind of gave me the creeps. And so I don't know. I feel like that might have started out. I definitely got around to eating like whipped cream on like pie or something. Like that one, I would make an exception for. The vanilla ice cream, I'd make an exception for. But then there were things like mayonnaise and ranch and blue cheese and Alfredo sauce. And I just tend to stay away from. I kind of lump those all in like, oh, white creams. Why would I want to eat something white? It's like toothpaste or something. It's like it was some weird chemical creation. I never trusted any of them that they were like normal food that a person should really eat. Seems like some sort of weird baby food that's poisonous or something. I don't know. Just white in particular, you know? I don't know. But of course, I really couldn't even name one black paste that people eat.
Vegemite.
We don't. Those aren't even in the stores over here.
Really? Have you ever tried it?
Are you Australian?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta go like hunt that down. Maybe it's like in one small corner of a store somewhere. But I think I've tried it once, but like it didn't bother me. Like it was nothing special or whatever. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't try enough, I suppose, but I've tried it. But so it's black, huh? I didn't.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's black. It's definitely black. It's the It's basically it's a yeast
And
extract.
jelly.
Yeah, but
It's so funny, man. I'd love to incorporate in my diet. It doesn't turn me off at all, but I want to like know the best way like to put it in something. Like what's the best dish to incorporate Vegemite into?
well, it is a spread. Like it's basically used like jam or peanut butter. Or when I
So
say
just bread
jam,
and Vegemite. That's it.
yeah, or toast, right? But you can
Yeah,
have it.
bread.
Yeah. You can do it. Like I love cheese, lettuce, and Vegemite sandwiches. I love it. Like that combination of those, right?
Okay.
You can use like if you're making a gravy or a stock or something like that, you can put a teaspoon or a tablespoon of Vegemite in it.
Why not?
To give it a bit more body, a bit more fullness, a bit more
All right.
richness.
Would you put it on an omelet or just
Uh,
eggs? You put Vegemite on your eggs?
uh, I don't personally, but my wife does have a poached egg on toast, but she puts Vegemite on the toast first, and the poached egg goes on top of the on top of all that.
Right.
Um,
Do you eat
she,
do you eat much Mexican food?
yep.
Is that sort of like a no-go zone? Like, no, like don't put Vegemite on Mexican food. That's just
Oh no,
wrong.
you wouldn't put Vegemite with that. It's like I said,
Hmm.
it's more like a spread that you would put on a sandwich or a toast or something like that. Occasionally, like I said, you can use it in a gravy, in stock, and whatnot. My wife will have uh, toast with tomato, and she'll put Vegemite on the toast as well. She loves her Vegemite actually. But here in Australia, I would hazard a guess that if you were to go into 75 to 80% of the of the households, you'd find a
Uh-huh.
jar of Vegemite. You'd find a jar of
That's
Vegemite.
incredible.
Yeah.
It's got to be less than 1% here.
Damn.
That,
It
that's
doesn't.
incredible, man.
Yeah, like it does have a very distinct flavour. I love it, so I like it quite thick, but it is a very strong flavour as well. And a lot of people, we've had people come from overseas and all that sort of stuff, and one of the Aussie things to introduce them to is Vegemite. Ever tried Vegemite? No. Here you go. So you'll make some toast and you'll give them
I got a
some veg.
question for you.
Yeah. Go.
When you say you're some 20-year-old and you meet some hot young thing, you say, hey, let's spend the whole day together and we'll go hiking, and maybe catch a movie later and whatever. We're gonna eat in between them. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna take you out to breakfast, girl. So you go to some like, I don't know, just a regular old date with your girl, and it's a breakfast date though. Are you gonna go to some sort of restaurant and it's gonna have on the menu like Vegemite anything? Like, is that like on your guys' breakfast menus? Like when you go to some diner?
No.
No?
What will be on the menu? You can have whatever you want to
That's what
eat.
everyone eats. But that's what everyone. But that's what everyone has for breakfast anyways. So why don't they use it at the restaurants?
No, but what they'll have on the menu is toast, and then
Pancakes.
they'll ask you, uh,
What do you
your
want on it?
Vegemite jam, peanut butter,
Oh,
whatever
so
the
they
case
do
may be.
have it.
Yeah,
They
they
do
definitely do
have it.
have it. Yeah, they definitely do have it, but it's not on
Oh,
the menu
wow.
as Vegemite toast per se. Like it's not written
Huh.
there. You know,
But
occasionally
no way.
they'll have it underneath the condiment section. They'll have Vegemite jam, peanut butter, honey
No
sort of
way.
thing. And then when you go to a motel and you get a room, right? You know how you get your order for breakfast, and you fill out what you want for breakfast. You can have
Yeah.
toast, and then underneath that there'll be the box where you can tick Vegemite, jam, honey, so forth and so on. Like you'll have
No.
those boxes, and Vegemite will be part of them. Yeah, definitely.
Holy cow. You know that, like, you can't go to any restaurant in America that I've ever been to or would imagine where you're like, hey, give me some toast. And you're like, hey, put some Vegemite on it. Like, not a single one is gonna have that. They're gonna say, like, what? That's and especially at a hotel, like they're not fooling around with that at all. It's such a interesting uh the places that it occurs that you've explained and the commonality of it amongst the people. It makes me wonder, like, is it imported or is like all Vegemite produced in Australia?
No, it's an Australian made product. I'm pretty sure it's Australian made. It was bought out. I think it was bought out years ago by some conglomerate, whether that was a Chinese or an American made thing, but I think a number of years ago, I think they bought it back. But basically how they discovered Vegemite itself, it was the byproduct of beer making. So all the crap in the bottom of the barrel, or the yeast extract at the bottom of the barrel, was this grimy black sludge.
That's what they
Right?
do. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of throwing it in the bin, they go, Can we make something out of this?
Exactly.
And they made Vegemite. Exactly right. And
Does
like I
that
said,
does that make you uncomfortable?
No, well, because it's all natural, Fundy. It's all natural. It's just
Oh,
a,
it's
just a
okay.
yeast. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah,
It's all good.
but exactly
Yeah,
right.
okay,
So,
okay. I can accept that, but it's so funny because I heard that like the fluoride they put in our water, that's just a byproduct of processing some material and refining it. And
yes,
as a result, they got all this fucking fluoride. And I mean that's a weird one because like I just don't get how, like why the effort is worth it. Where like maybe millions of pounds have to be distributed into our water supply every day. You know, like it seems a bit much to me. I don't know, like a daily like infusion of fluoride into our water every day of the year since a long time. Like, how many millions of pounds of fluoride have been put in here? Where are you getting it from? Is it really worth it? But yeah, it's a byproduct of something they're already doing, and I can't help. I can't think that they're like making money off of it in any sense. Like, where's the motivation? Where is it about our teeth? I feel like we're past that, right? Not about our teeth. I mean, that's a weird one. It's one of those like first level conspiracy things. Fluoride in the water, but it may be like one of the most legitimate true ones at the same time. There's reasons to believe it's harmless or like there's not sinister intentions behind it, but I can't help but find myself at this point in my life thinking like, I guess this is just one of the evil plots that I recognize that the evil ones are doing, and I have to imagine that there's poison in the water. I think that's literally one of the catchphrases of that Toy Story character, Sheriff Woody, right? Somebody poison the water hole.
Yes. Yeah.
What's that? Some sort of red pill right there? I mean, come on.
Yeah, in plain sight, right there. Like it is strange. Like talking about fluoride and water and stuff. We have been on nothing but tank water for at least ourselves at least 30 years, and then
What's
I grew
tank
up on
water?
rainwater. So you collect it.
Rainwater.
Rainwater. And then I grew up on a farm, so we had nothing but tank water there as well. So I had a small portion of my life where it was mains water, but which I can't really remember, vaguely, but trying to make the comparison, I've really got no recollection if I'm honest. But one thing you notice. Yeah,
did you have to be like really like sparse with your use of water if you're just using the rain?
Yeah,
Was there
just
plenty?
using the rain. Well,
it was abundant.
We have some massive tanks where we are now. We got more than we can poke a stick at. So,
that's awesome, man.
What we use in a year, we have supply that would get us through 2 years without having another drop of rain. So, which is pretty cool. So every time it rains, the tanks fill up, and then it just the overflow. I have set up so the overflow goes into the garden. So I've got this pipe network. So any of the overflow. Yeah, you don't waste it because it's like it's like nectar of the gods. So that gets distributed throughout all the garden beds and the garden and all that sort of stuff. So they get a really deep water. So then for a week or two, you don't have to worry about watering your plants or anything like that because it's all had a really good water. But one thing you do notice. One thing you do notice is when you go into town, or if you go over to a friend's place that is in town, like just simple things. I'm not even talking about having a glass of water. I'm talking about having a cup of coffee. Right?
Okay.
You can literally taste the difference in the coffee. They could use exactly the same brand of coffee as what you use, sugar, all that sort of stuff, exactly the same size in all the proportions, but there is a distinct difference in the actual taste.
You know what I was told growing up about the taste of water? Water has no taste, you dumbass. I can't even remember how many times I was told that. Yeah. This water, I don't like. I would say I don't like the taste of water, but I only had ever maybe one or two types of water. In my house's water, my school's water, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Growing up, and I did not like drinking water as a kid. Of course, I love it now. I absolutely love it now, especially when I get kind of the one I like, which sounds so funny because of my brainwashing growing up or whatever. But I really want eventually, because I'm not there yet. I'm definitely not there yet. But I definitely, as soon as possible, want to get to the point where I understand enough that I'm drinking the water that I really want to drink. But there's a lot of hokey pokey out there about water, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of woo.
There's a lot of woo which muddies the water, but that gets in my way of researching what the best water out there is for me to drink, or what I can do to my water to make it the best water for me. Or maybe maybe like at different times of the day or years, or after certain things, there's different water to drink. All I know is that if you go to the gas station or convenience store or grocery store around here and you look for some sort of drink to drink, you're pretty screwed as far as like doing any sort of thing for your health. You maybe buy some tea or something, some herbal tea. That's great, but they got me. I'm addicted. and it's my fault now that I've already acknowledged it. Like, yeah, I'm addicted, but oh boy, do I give in to the Gatorades and all and energy drinks and the stuff like that. And it's like, oh shit, I'm drinking all this when I haven't even figured out like how to like drink water properly. You know, like I'm getting carried away. And there's a person I know who sells water. He has this machine that says, "Oh, double reverse osmosis, super oxygenated," and it's a little far away, so I never go do it. I met some people who get their water from a spring, like half an hour out of town, and all that sounds beautiful and poetic and wonderful and romantic, and I'm all about feeling like that's real, but then there's also like distilled water or mineral water being sold in the gallons down the street, and I know that's better than my tap.
Yes, definitely.
And
Definitely.
and so that's that, and it's like, oh, I want to step up my game from that, and oh, I get a filter, I could do something, but it's funny, like, you know, obviously I've explained I have certain thoughts about it, but I think the real funny part is that I'm this old and I'm trying to like still find the right water. Like, how is it that hard? Like, why isn't everyone around me giving me the answer? Like, I have to figure this out on my own, like, or and so all I can do is maybe come to people on the internet, right? Be like, hey, what kind of like requirements do you try to have for your water? Do you do anything to it or treat it in any way?
No, don't. The only requirements, well, not requirements. It's a thing that my wife wanted, and it's probably more of a psychological thing. To be honest with you, we have a very, very basic filter on the water, on the drinking water tap. So which is the main tap in the kitchen, but the rest of the taps don't have the same sort of filtration, right?
But you're filtering rainwater, right?
Yeah, but it's a very basic one.
That's definitely important, though, right? That's important, right?
Yeah, but that's only to get rid of the parasite component in it, because you know you get mosquitoes in there, you know you'll get bugs and whatnot that are decomposing, which kind of turns my wife off it, which is understandable, right? But it's only
what about the air? Like there's pollution in the air when the rain is falling, like it's getting I don't know, dirty by the air it falls through, perhaps.
I hear what you're saying there, but we live in a very remote place, so we're not around any major city or anything like that. We're pretty much in the middle of nowhere, where we are right on the coast. So I'm not worried about that sort of thing whatsoever. And I have a very simple approach to water. Like, it doesn't get better than the water that falls out of the sky, really, or a natural spring, right? These sort of options. Now, to do anything else to it, aerate it, do this to it, do that, to it. I can understand these processes being done to normal tap water. Or if you're living in a major city and you're collecting rainwater and you have to deal with all those chemicals and components that are falling on your roof all the time and are getting absorbed by the water and getting passed into your tank. So as a byproduct of that, you'd want to make sure that you're not absorbing those into your system. But where we are, I don't have those concerns whatsoever. To me, it's a la naturel. Just drink it the way it was given to you, and it is absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And
someone was telling me the other day that ancient peoples of some sort considered rain the semen of God, because it seems like this fluid goes down and gets absorbed into the ground, and then life is born. from this fluid entering the earth and then, sprouting out, bearing life, right? And there's something that was really interesting, which I relate to like the evolution story too, but in the same Greek mythology, it's like part of the whole castration of some father, or I forget, whether it's Uranus or Kronos or whatever, but someone's testicles got chopped off and they fell into the waters of Gaia and populated the beginning of life on Earth with his testicles falling into the ocean where life started. But of course, we say the same thing about like my water broke, right? For a woman. And it's funny, this obsession with like water being the origin of life, but also the way it links into those two examples of rain and the mythology of the testicles falling into the ocean. And it's like, I don't think we're gonna get to the bottom of it tonight, but
no, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. It's a very mysterious substance. Like when you see
water,
the experiments that have been conducted in regards to water, and how you can transform water. Now, whether it's true or not, I personally think there is something to it. Me personally, a lot of people will call it woo, but I think there's actually something to it, and I am on the side of the believer when it comes to these sorts of things. But when you see experiments that apparently have been conducted where you can get exactly the same water from the same source, and then you divide it up, okay? And one glass of water you say, I love you, I love you, I love you. The next glass of water you say, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, so forth and so on. And you put all these different emotions into the water. They then freeze it. They take a sample of it. They view the water then underneath a microscope, and all the water has a very distinct, different. They have
that guy's name.
Yeah, I was trying to think of it while I was talking. Actually, that fellow.
So you know how Anthony Weiner was like fined or punished or whatever for sending pictures of his wiener. Anthony Weiner got in trouble for sending pictures of his wiener. Well, like those emoticons, the emotes, those smiley faces we text, right?
Yeah.
They're called emotes because they're emotion, diagrams. And so emote is like emotion. And the guy who talks about giving off your emotional vibes to water or water and rice is named Emoto.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
And even it's kind of funny like that, in the same like Anthony Weiner sort of scenario, or different people out there like that. That's one thing that makes me say, okay. It's also like suspicious in general. It's just as a human hearing such a wonderful thing, but then you see that a lot of people have recreated it, which I still want to do it myself, but no doubt there's plenty of people reporting like drastic differences between, say, the rice in one jar and the rice in the other jar, with the emotional attention put to it. One molds and one ferments. It's really interesting. Something I really want to do for myself, though.
And why it's so believable? Like it's all interconnected for me, Fundy. Like we were we were talking Tai Chi before, right? And the energy that Tai Chi gives off, and just thinking about Tai Chi, you and I had that moment just then, just when we were talking about it. Then all of a sudden, this calmness came over you. Like just the thought about people doing Tai Chi. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about, and we were talking about the harmony, the balance, and all that sort of stuff. Like this energy transfer, this equilibrium, and all that sort of stuff. Like it's all interconnected. Like it sounds very woo-wooey, but I think it's pretty much also too the fundamentals of life in a roundabout way too. Like that's where it's all at. Really, like that's the essence. That's the essence of it all. Really,
I think so, but that thought also makes me extremely happy. And like I said after the Tai Chi, about how there's nothing more I want to be true than that guy who lights the paper on fire with his hand.
exactly.
Because I freaking love that shit. Oh, give me it, please. Oh, hell yeah. Man.
Yeah.
And then that led into the fingertip dream, the energy and stuff. But yeah, it all comes back to this, man. Consciousness, the harnessing of energy. It's and again, feng shui, the harnessing of energy, or the. I also like the term surfing. I think that's a powerful word, surfing, because it's it's a harmony, like we pointed out before. What a beautiful word, that surfing harmony. There's just things like there's just things that can make you happy to realize and think about, and they're true. And then remember, I say, oh, but it's not all nice and sweet and sunshine and rainbows. You're a zombie vampire.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's see, I mean, I know I'm very dumb, but at the same time, I gotta give myself some credit for having a conversation with you like this that strung together from. I mean, that to me that was pure enjoyment. Just going through all that, and it all seems like I just shown that that was one stream of consciousness of just fun stuff that I just wish for everyone out there to maybe get along and enjoy some company in the way I'm getting to.
It just flowed
Flow,
naturally,
man.
didn't it? It just flowed, man. Like exactly right. Yeah, no, definitely it was 100%. It was enjoyable, and it's
Maybe
nice. It's actually nice. It's a nice change up, really, to be in a channel and just have such a chilled out convo. Really, you know what I mean? Like it's like just an exchange of ideas and an exchange of thoughts, just going backwards and forwards. It was
I might have got hung up on Vegemite a little bit too long.
It is what it is.
Blows my mind though.
It is what it is.
But hey, man, it's getting late for me, so I'll catch you tomorrow or whenever next time.
Yeah, too easy, Fundy. All right. Be good. Peace out, buddy.
All right. You too.
All right, brother.